Okay, we'll get started and we'll try to keep things on time. And I ask the panelists to stay tightly on time so we have a bit of a chance for discussions at the end here. And I want to thank everyone for coming in this morning. And I want to acknowledge that we are in the territory of the Treaty 6 and the home of the Métis, as we are here on the banks of the South Saskatchewan River in Saskatoon. So long history and settlement in this place, and so we want to contribute in a positive way. All right, so we had good news last night about the Global Water Futures Observatories, and with this session we'll begin to explore some of what that means. The panel, I want to acknowledge the co-chair, Professor Aaron Fisk from University of Windsor. And Aaron is the head of RAON, and he's a member of the Strategic Management Committee of Global Water Futures and Global Water Futures Observatories as we go. And then, and so I'll talk a bit about the observatories. Aaron will talk about real-time aquatic ecosystem observation network. Kiana will talk about the TTSW project. Madison about UAV remote sensing. Stephen about data management. And Yoti on data visualization. And then we'll hopefully have a little bit of time for questions and discussions about some of the outcomes and user engagement and applications from some of these things. So I'll quickly move into the Global Water Futures Observatory. So the great news is that last night Terry Fonstadt, our Associate Vice President of Research, announced that the University of Saskatchewan is now able to fully accept this award, which is just over $40 million from the Canada Foundation for Innovation. And so we'll explain a bit more about what this is. It's really the component of Global Water Futures, and with additions of the newest project, the RAON project that Aaron will talk about, working with a suite of world-class research basins, sort of field observatories, along with deployable systems such as underwater drones and aerial drones, and as well as chemical labs and others. And these stretch across the country. It's a very solutions-oriented network of these things. The idea is to collect data for a purpose, to support science, to support prediction, and to provide early warning systems for change. So this is really big data, and the program itself will carry on to 2029, and it's renewable, which is very exciting, and will include the data management components that Stephen will talk about, and then also some of the communications and knowledge mobilization. Some of those functions will be retained. So why do we need this? Well, our research basins and systems and labs will support solutions for things such as the health of the Great Lakes, irrigation and agriculture, flood and drought prediction, climate change adaptation, and sustainability, sustainable development of water. There are about 530 user groups that we work with from Global Water Futures that GWFO will continue to work with and provide data to and tailor it as best we can. There's also model developments in Canada and around the world that would be underpinned by this data. And if we don't look after these sites, they'll fall apart very quickly. So many of them go back with tremendous history to the 1960s, such as Peyto Glacier or Marmot Creek, or the berm sites that started with the Boreas experiment in the 1990s, and other sites in the Great Lakes region, which again go back to the 60s and 70s. So if we don't have teams and technicians to keep these going and data managers to manage the data, then we get a ruin like that. That's actually in Wolf Creek. I set that up in the 90s, and I didn't look after it, so look what happens. Anyway, so we happy to announce that Global Water Futures Observatories is running, starting officially April 1st as its fiscal year, running to 2029, and it's a renewable program under the major science initiative of the Canada Foundation for Innovation. And the partnership the core partnership of this has grown from the U of S and Waterloo, McMaster and Laurier to include Carleton, Toronto at Scarborough, Trent, Western University, and Windsor. And so we're really delighted to have those partners as part of it. As I mentioned, there's a bit of a progression. Back in the 60s and 70s and 80s, it was generally federal government that ran research basins and major research facilities in the hydrology and in the field around the country. And these were organized in the 1960s as part of the International Hydrological Decade of UNESCO. And Canada, in fact, was a major proponent of that. Don Gray and others were pushed a network of research and representative research basins around the country back in 1964. So that's how many of these were set up. And then there were changes in the federal government, changes in science, frankly, a massive loss of scientific and that kind of science monitoring capacity over the years. And so research networks, initially federally led, like the Mackenzie GWF study, MAGS, and then more led by foundations set up by the federal government, like the Drought Research Initiative, or IP3, which is the Cold Regions Hydrology Initiative. And then finally, NSERC-led networks like the Cold Regions Research Network, and then finally, Global Water Futures began to take over these basins over time. So places like Trail Valley Creek shifted from Environment Canada over to Laurier, and others in a similar fashion. So so we need to organize as universities to keep this going. This is a tremendous legacy, incredibly important heritage, and scientifically, these things now, with decades of observations, become more and more valuable every year in providing indications of change. So we want to make sure that we can modernize them and keep them together so we can support water management across the country. And what we hope is that we, as we approach the end of Global Water Futures, we're providing solutions for our water crisis, and that our innovations support new policy and developments across Canada, and that somehow we achieve water sustainability in a very short time, and that these stations are part of that path. So where are they? Well, there's a large cluster in the Great Lakes region, as you'll see, many on the Grand River, and in southern Ontario and southern Quebec. Then another cluster in Saskatchewan and the Prairie region, and then in Alberta from the mountains and up into the Boreal, and then quite a few up in the Northwest Territories and Yukon. So these are depending where people have set them up and run them. This is not funding new stations. This is funding existing infrastructure and tying it together into a national facility. So 64 instrumented basins, 15 deployable systems, like drones or buoys that go out on a periodic basis, and 18 major water labs, largely chemistry labs. And I counted 59 people will be hired under the program, or essentially supported and extended from Global Water Futures. We can zoom into Ontario, where you can see the location of many of these sites, so many on the lakes, on the Great Lakes themselves, and others in the catchment of the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence. And when you go west, you see that we are in the Assiniboine and Saskatchewan River basins, both prairie sites and then mountain headwater sites in there as well. How will we operate it? CFI has very strict rules, clear rules about how they want this. They want to see open data, open and clear data sharing with everyone. So we have our users, stakeholders, and partners. They might request to operate a deployable system or run samples for a chemistry lab. Those access requests will be granted through a formal process led by the review by the Strategic Management Committee. Research basins, that's a different thing. That's through the investigator. But say to use the chem lab or something, there are user fees that will be put in there for some cost recovery, but it's still essentially subsidized. The same with the deployable systems. The research basins, we're not charging anyone to come to a research basin like Trail Valley Creek or Marmot Creek, because people come and they always help. But there will be that access granted through the investigator. And then day-to-day operations will be through the Secretariat and the group of technicians working under the program. So as I mentioned, no cost to access field sites, a fee structure to access labs and deployable systems. And the data policy derived from what we have in Global Water Futures, but with even greater openness. Who are the users? These are the measurements that we've had in the last few years. And so the on-site users would be those coming into the research basins and collaborating in some way, and the data users would be those downloading the data sets from these various things, and the occasional remote users just grabbing things off in different ways. And from sector, where are they coming from? Well, many of the users are us, or the university sector through here. And another public sector, the other half is essentially government. There's been a very small private sector use of the information so far, and we hope to see that increase a bit. The data management is an important part of the whole thing. So we have the data strategy, we'll have some data scientists, to field technicians, the database, and Stephen will go into this in more detail. The governance will evolve from the Global Water Future structures, and which are, I'm showing you what we have as a current structure right now. But they want to see a board of directors replace the oversight committee, or have that committee evolve into that with users on the board that's overseeing this. And so I think that's be a very positive development through there. We also may, over time, evolve the strategic management committee structure to bring more of the university investigators are. And the operations team are those university investigators who are operating the sites. So if you're operating a site in Ontario or something like that, you're part of that operations team, because you're getting resource from this to hire technicians and other things. But it's administered institutionally by each of those institutions. And then we'll have a skeleton secretariat that's still able to continue. So unfortunately not the wonderful large secretariat that we've had for GWF, but we'll still keep science management and operations management, financial management, outreach and knowledge mobilization going, and personnel. So the research priority for the next few years for this, remember, this supports research. It doesn't conduct research. So we hope that the data and the management system can be a foundation for development of the Canada Water Agency, and it was great to hear that they aspire to be a data hub, as Member of Parliament, Parliamentary Secretary Duguid mentioned yesterday. We want to support the development and delivery of computer models and analytical tools for disaster warnings and prediction of future water flows and risks. We want to support adaptations for solutions that will help with climate change and risk management. So very much Global Water Futures flavor carrying on. And we want to support the development of next generation water prediction models, which will need always the ground truthing and the baseline data and understanding from the field to develop. And tools that can help users across a wide range of problems across Canada. And through the development of the data management system, GWF perhaps that's something that can continue to grow and help other organizations in their data management issues. So I'll wrap up there, and thank you very much. And I will turn now over to Professor Fisk.
Yeah, I want to start just by acknowledging John and what he did to get this funded. And this hasn't been easy. We've had a lot of roadblocks, but John's energy, ideas, hard work, and being positive, we cannot fail attitude was great. I also want to acknowledge everybody at the University of Saskatchewan. It has been an absolute joy to work with you on this. You're so organized and know what you're talking about. And then quickly, just some of the other Global Waters Futures people that were part of this: Philip at Waterloo, Jen at Laurier, and Sean at McMaster's. It's been a lot of fun getting this together, and I'm really excited about the future. I'm going to really quickly talk about the Real-Time Aquatic Ecosystem Observation Network. I think we all know that the Great Lakes are under stress, and really RAON was about the Great Lakes. We didn't really say Great Lakes a lot in the proposal, because when you do that, they say Great Lakes are regional. So we talked more about freshwater, but we were about the Great Lakes. And I think you all recognize that the problems we're facing across the country have really been happening in the Great Lakes, and acknowledged maybe for a little bit longer. And so what is Rayon? So we were a CFI Innovation Fund, and Ontario matched this grant to develop what was a real-time extensive observation network. We got funded in 2018, and then our funding just ran out at the end of March, and then we joined Global Waters Future, which is great. And it includes 6 universities. And our goal really was to carry out cutting-edge research and integrative and transformative research on the Great Lakes and freshwater ecosystems, and to help understand how these systems work, the mechanisms and processes behind them, so that we can do better management and conservation into the future. We've had lots of partners, and in fact, the number of partners, we've had more since we started. I mean, we got started during COVID, and that was a struggle, but we've been successful, and things have moved forward. And there's good things going on. And the way that Rayon works, I kind of modeled it after the Ocean Tracking Network, which I was a part of out at Dalhousie, is we have a large collection of instruments that Canadian researchers and their partners can come to us and say, hey, you know, we need 5 RBRs. Hey, we need 100 acoustic telemetry receivers. Hey, we'd like to have a real-time buoy. And you can reach out to us, and then we can help you with that. And there's now a cost user fee associated with it. The first couple of years, we built it into our IOF funds to cover that. But the costs are very small. In fact, in a lot of cases, they barely cover the calibration of stuff. But what we do is we provide help in making sure that the instrument is calibrated and working properly, help you deploy it, because a lot of these instruments are in situ instruments, and deploying stuff in lakes and rivers isn't as trivial as it may seem. And also, too, then you get serviced and send it back to us, and we take care of it. And you can use that to leverage to get funds and do those kinds of things. And if you're interested in instruments, you can actually go to rayon.org. I should have put the website up. And we list all our instruments with details, and you can get a cost analysis of what it'll cost to use it for a year. So if you're interested, go take a look. You can also reach out to Caitlin Johnson, who's the Rayon director, if you have any questions about the equipment and how we use it. The other important part of Rayon, like John said about CFI, is data management. We quickly got involved with the Great Lakes Observing System. This is a NOAA-funded IUS for the Great Lakes, and they're all about data management. We've worked closely with them. We are now integrating into the Global Waters Future Observatory. We have to talk about how that's going to come together, but it's exciting. Seagull is the new platform that Gloss uses. And here's an example of it. It was launched last spring in 2002, and it's working quite well. So if you look at that little, I don't know if I can have a cursor. There's a little heart there on Lake Huron just above London. That's a buoy that Rayon put out, for example, and you can see the statistics. So you can go and look and see real-time data, and you can also download a lot of the data that's there. And we have rules about how you can use data and who has the charge of it, and data embargo issues, similar to what Global Water Futures has done. This is old. I have to update this. The slide's about a year old. But despite starting in COVID, we really became fully functional in 2020. We have supported research in all 5 Great Lakes, but we've also expanded out to projects in the Yukon Lakes with Sean. We have stuff going on in Algonquin Park, and then Cubes Queens. We've also had requests now to move some of our equipment into Quebec, and we've actually sent some equipment over to Norway in an estuary there. People have leveraged this instruments for all kinds of funding, and we've supported a lot of HQP. One thing in particular, we've been a key part of the University of Michigan NOAA's collective called the Cooperative Institute for Great Lakes Research, and that was recently renewed. And that gives us access to their money and also their equipment and stuff like that. And just real quickly, if I have time, I'll just really quickly talk about one project that's been supported that I'm involved with, and that's using these real-time buoys to understand algal and nutrient dynamics in Western Basin Lake Erie, where we're having lots of HABs problems, but that water is very important for agriculture. This is a multi-institutional project, and we also have quite a bit of industrial support for it. I didn't realize how hard it is actually to treat water out of the lake to provide drinking water. If you have a sudden change in pH or DO or there's harmful algal blooms, it can really shut things down. I don't know if you also realize that around Leamington, near Point Pelee there, is the 2nd largest greenhouse area in the world, and they want to increase it by 6 times. If they lose water for 48 hours, it's more than $100 million worth of food on the vine that will be lost. And certainly providing water to them is really important, but things can change very quickly. So what we did was we put out a series of buoys into the western basin of Lake Erie where their water comes in. And these buoys have a whole bunch of sensors, and we actually, I won't get into the details, but the sensors actually communicate to a central hub so we can look at this data real time, and we measure all kinds of things from DO to chlorophyll to blue-green algae and other stuff. And we get a lot of data. So real quickly, this is from last year from 3 locations. So we're taking measurements every 10 to 30 minutes depending on the sensor. We had to filter out about 20 to 22 to 2.5% of the data because things get goofy for a number of reasons, but we are generating a lot of data. And so what we're doing with this is we are working with engineers to develop a system that will allow the water treatment facility to know if changes are coming so they can prepare for rapid change and not disrupt their water treatment and water supply to the public and to the agricultural industry. And then this last year we put out sensors and left them over winter, and we've been collecting them back. So we're moving into a phase of trying to collect data year round. So the message to everybody is if you have instruments or have need for instruments anywhere in Canada, please reach out to us and we'll work with you to do it. And just as a quick note, Guelph led another CFI IF. We hear in June. We're cautiously optimistic. This really takes rayon and pushes it into the watershed, and if this gets funded, I'm hoping this all becomes part of the Global Water Future Observatory, and maybe we can pull more universities into the network. That's it. Thank you, John.
Thank you so much, and yeah, that's a really good point with Global Water Futures Observatories. We hope to grow the partnership, and we'll find ways to do it. So right now, we just want to get it off the ground and get it set up, but then people may say, hey, that's kind of a nice thing to come into. So exploring a bit more of it, we have Kiana Solfahari from University of Waterloo talking about the transformative sensor technologies and smart watersheds project of Global Water Futures, which is really one of the progenitors of the Global Water Futures Observatories. So here we are. Kiana. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kiana, a remote sensing research scientist at University of Waterloo, contributing to TTSW project. The goal of this project is to develop, test, and implement various algorithms to estimate water quality and quantity. We apply AI and machine learning algorithms on different sensors. These sensors are deployed on in-ground, on drone, or aircrafts or satellites. The investigators are listed in this slide. As well as investigators, we have several HQPs and also national and international collaborators from industry, universities, and government. So the project goals are basically 5 tasks, and I will go through them one by one in my next slides. Task 1 is to improve measurements of environmental parameters in cold regions by developing new sensors or improving the existing ones. We have developed a microwave microfluidics-based sensing method for the detection of lead ions in drinking water. And we are also designing and deploying sensors in the field to measure water leaving reflectance. These variables, these measurements will help us for calibration and validation of different remote sensing algorithms. The next task is establishing Pan-Canadian Cold Regions Environmental Sensor Network testbed. In order to achieve this task, the research has been defined to fly electromagnetic sensors on a helicopter. These these electromagnetic sensors, has 6 different frequencies that can penetrate into different depths and up to 100 meters. The helicopter flies 30 meters above ground to cover an area of 1,100 square kilometers. And for example, on this figure, the green one, you will see the red lines showing the survey lines, the flight lines. And if we focus on one of those lines, you see the lake and also the produced conductivity maps at 2 different depths using these electromagnetic sensors. So the overall goal of task 2 is to produce the maps of conductivity, to produce, permafrost continuity in 3D regional scale. And task 3 is to assess and improve drone technology to operate in cold weather. And to achieve this objective, the research has been defined to fly drones with gamma sensors and also with LiDAR on them. The drone with gamma sensor was flying before and after snow to give us the average snow water equivalent SUI over the area, and we fused that with LiDAR data to produce the map, the SUI maps, and we also did a collection of SUI in the ground at a few selected locations, and we fused them with LiDAR data to produce a reference SUI maps as ground truthing. And the subtraction of these two is the map on the right. And as you can see, the uncertainty is around 14 millimeter to measure SUI. So the overall goal of this project is to produce high-resolution, non-contact SUI in sub-meter spatial scales. Task 4 is to improve spatially distributed measurements of SUI and near-surface soil moisture. In this task, SAR sensors were used. CryoSAR was acquired from industrial partners, and it was deployed on aircraft. This SAR sensor operates in two different bands, KU band and L band. And these bands have different frequency and therefore different penetration depths. The delivery of the CryoSAR sensor and also the certification that was required to fly the aircraft had some delay. So the data collection of this task started just end of last year. But the overall objective in this task will help the development of terrestrial snow mass mission that is being done at Environment Canada and Canadian Space Agency. The last component of TTSW project, Task 5, is to develop and design the concept of a microsatellite water mission. This mission has three main components, having a GNSS sensor on it, having a hyperspectral sensor on it, and also a communication modem. The GNSS part will help measure lake ice thickness, soil moisture, lake ice phenology. To achieve this objective, the research we have done was using GNSS data either from ground, drone, or Cygnus satellite. In all of these cases, the kind of data that is being used is called is reflection power, basically, or so-called signal to noise ratio, SNR. And the left figures are showing that we use an approach called phase altimetry to convert SNR to lake ice thickness. The middle figures are showing the soil moisture that was derived from applying regressions on SNR to derive soil moisture maps. The right figures are showing change detection through SNR time series analysis to extract ice phenology timing. So the overall objective in this GNSS work was to measure water quantity. We also measured water quality using the hyperspectral sensor, and to achieve this objective, we actually had the first ever effort to fly Cassie and WISE hyperspectral sensors over Lake Erie, concurrent with the largest ever one-day sampling of HAB. This was a collaboration between Environment Canada, NASA, NOAA, NRC, and also 15 other Canadian and US-based organizations. So the airborne data was collected by NRC, and it needed some pre-processing. In the meantime of that, we focused on ground-based hyperspectral data. And this data was collected from across the world through collaboration with international organizations. And we ended up having a relatively large data set containing 1,000 samples. And we apply different machine learning and AI algorithms to extract water quality parameters, including chlorophyll and phycocyanin, from hyperspectral data. But as we know, airborne data and satellite-based data needs atmospheric corrections. So to understand the atmosphere interferences in the estimations of water quality, we also did a research. And now we are in the phase of transferring all this knowledge to satellite-based hyperspectral data. This research is ongoing, and we are collaborating with European organizations to collect hyperspectral data, satellite-based hyperspectral data from a few European lakes and measure water quality parameters from those. And we are also designing and deploying, as I mentioned, field-based radiometric and biological sensors in the prairie lakes, because we want to transfer that knowledge to the prairie lakes with their own bio-optical properties. And in summary, the key contributions of TTSW project was to test, innovate, and produce innovative tools and algorithms, AI, machine learning on different types of sensors to measure water quality and water quantity. And the outcomes from TTSW can contribute to satellite mission concepts under development either in Canada or internationally. Priorities going forward is to continue with the Cryostar survey. As I mentioned, this work had some delays because of the deliveries. So we are going to continue with that, and we are also we are aiming to collaborate with industrial partners to acquire hyperspectral data over the prairie lakes, and we are also aiming to collaborate with them to test our AI and machine learning algorithms for other lakes around the world. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Kiana. Our next speaker is Maddie Harrison, who's going to speak about one of the deployable systems in Global Water Futures, which are the uncrewed area vehicles or drones and the remote sensing that can be done here. So, Maddie.
Thanks, John. Good morning, everyone. My name is Maddie Harrison. I am a drone research technician at the Cold Water Lab in Canmore, Alberta. And this is part of the Centre for Hydrology, which is part of University of Saskatchewan. And today I'm going to talk to you about the data that I collect in the mountains and then also in the prairies. And I've suitingly entitled my presentation, Prairie Snow to Mountain Glaciers, Drone Applications for Hydrological Remote Sensing. So the Centre for Hydrology at the University of Saskatchewan collects drone data to characterize the cryosphere in both the Canadian Rockies and also the Saskatchewan prairies. So this includes LiDAR data, gamma ray spectrometry, multispectral, hyperspectral, and RGB optical imagery. So I'm going to take you to 3 locations today where we collect data and then give you a rundown on what that data looks like and how we use that data. So first we're going to go to Saskatoon, to the prairies of Saskatoon, where we collect snow depth and distribution data. Then we're going to travel to Fortress Mountain Snow Lab, which is located in Kananaskis, just south of Canmore, which is primarily where I collect data. And then we're going to head up to Peyto Glacier, where we've been monitoring the quick recession of the glacier since 2019. And I'm going to show you what that looks like. So first, to the prairies to look at snow depths. So we, and by we, I mean Philip Harder, in the prairies, collects the spatial distribution of snow depth, which is collected using LiDAR, but also structure for motion from optical imagery. And this has been collected over the duration of GWF. along with snow albedo and snow melt from multispectral, as well as a suite of crop health statistics, which I haven't included in this slide. So I've included an image of Philip collecting that data and what these drones look like, and then also a nice figure that he's provided me of the RGB optical imagery on the left transitioning to what the snow depth map looks like on the right. And if you have any agricultural questions, I'll revert those to Philip, since I don't work with this data and I haven't processed this data myself. And then out to the Rockies to look at basin scale snow depth. So we collect snow depth at Fortress Mountain Snow Lab from drone-based LiDAR, and we're using this to hopefully eventually create snow water equivalent maps of the basin. So you can see on the left there, that's what the drone looks like, and underneath we have a LiDAR, multispectral camera, and a high-resolution optical camera attached. And then you can see in the middle, this is what the point cloud data looks like. Let's see if that will play. Yeah, awesome. So give you a 3D visualization of this data. So that's including all the trees, all the Met station, and all the buildings in that point cloud. And then we remove that. We process the data into surface models, and then we run some subtractions to give us snow depth maps here, and you can see that you can see depressions in this map, and those are actually the tree wells that are captured in our snow depth data. So we're actually getting a resolution high enough to capture tree wells, which is pretty cool. So that is what the Fortress Mountain data looks like. And then finally on to Peyto Glacier. So we have been collecting RGB imagery, optical imagery, as well as LiDAR scans at Peyto Glacier since 2019, and that's allowed us to map the rapid recession of the Peyto toe. So you can see here, my numbers aren't lined up completely properly, but the outwardmost black line is the toe in 2019, and then you can see how this toe extent has receded up to 2022, which is this past summer when we went out and collected data. And you can see I've calculated the average lateral toe recession, and you can see since 2020 to 2022, there's been a very rapid recession of this toe, almost over 300 meters, which is kind of sad, but we'll continue to monitor it as long as it exists. And that was my 5 minutes there. I want to say thank you, and I've included my email if you have any further questions. And I just wanted to do a quick plug of my poster. It's number 62. A little late to plug it, but I've heard they'll be available online afterwards, so feel free to check it out. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Maddie. That was great. And now we have Stephen Ahern talking about data management and the GWF net system. So, Stephen.
Thank you, John. So my name is Stephen O'Hearn. I'm the data management team lead for Global Water Futures. So today I'm going to be talking about our GWF data policy, which is a very important document, and the information legacy of GWF. I'll be talking, of course, about GWF Net, which is GWF's information resource, and then a little bit about GWFO and how GWF Net fits into that. So the GWF Net, or GWF established a foundational and comprehensive technical document, and that's the GWF data policy, and it recognizes the number of major things, the multidisciplinary nature of GWF research, and the wide variety of data, and the many projects associated with a large program like GWF, and then the practical reality that big data must be decentralized into a variety of domain-specific repositories and storage systems, and these need to be tracked by a central metadata catalog that can point to where different facets of data are. So the policy, GWF and GWFO require commitment to open science and open software and open data and even open publications. So this fair data principles is something that we subscribe to, and wherever possible, we wish to deposit our data into DOI granting repositories for long-term preservation. And it's important to acknowledge global water futures in data sets and journal publications. So in accordance with the data policy and from a legacy perspective, it is desirable that we left behind a system that is extensible and future-friendly. This is on water research, and it would continue to be valued after the program's conclusion. And GWFnet was spawned as an output of Global Water Futures, but its mission is to continuously bridge and synthesize information from Canadian water programs through time. So we have things in the past like MAGS, DRI, IP3, InArch 1, Phase 1, and CCRN, and then Global Water Futures, and then we have things that are overlapping in time, and then we have Global Water Futures observatories that are starting up. So we have to be able to bridge these things and be able to use this as a synthesis tool to collect and find this body of information. So GWFnet contains cross-referenced and well-indexed XML template-based records. So it contains records, and these are on observatories, their sites and stations, but also models, data sets and journal publications and other publications, persons, HQP and so on, information on projects, and other types of videos and interactive graphs, and then indexes, and then GWFO facilities, which I'll talk about in a moment. So one of the key aspects of GWFnet is that any record can be linked to any other record, even if these records happen to be indexes or sub-indexes. So this allows also context and the intersectionality to be captured by various aspects of these wares of the program. So the models and where they're used, observatories, sites, the data sets associated with them, persons, and even themes of permafrost or groundwater. And it was also designed to be easily extended, so we can incorporate records of a to-be-determined form. And this allows for future proofing. So it looks like this, and if we go to, there's a master index. You can, of course, search this thing as well, but if we go to the publications of GWF and then a given, they're organized by project, so we could go to a given publication, and there's a metadata record with lots of information on that, and it's also searchable, and then from there, the DOI will lead directly to the paper that you want to download. The same with, if you look at GWF data sets and other things, they're also organized by projects. We could look at an IMPC project, and if we select a given project, we get metadata, which is quite informative. It's based on the ISO 19115 standard. And there's also, we can look at other information that's associated with it. So videos, and these are linked directly. So in this case, there's a video of a place, river delta, but it could be how to work with the model, for example. So if we look at a different project, and we look at, say, the CRIM model, you can see lots of information. There's geolocation maps associated with it and bounding boxes, and other information about the status of the project and whether it's under embargo or links to download the project. So what is the CRIM model anyway? There's information on that, and there's further links on how to calibrate that. And then there's people HQPs. There's Logan Fang's research. He works at Marmot Creek, and he also uses the CRIM model. This is Marmot Creek, and so on. So you can just go through this thing, and there's also, you can geolocate through the map and find information on records that are of interest, and then you can actually go and pull data associated with the place. Now in the future with GWFO, we have observatories, deployable systems in major laboratories, and data, which will be open and fair by design. So GWFnet will provide the following for GWFO. So there'll be access to data and publications, and these will be indexed by facility and/or observatory free of charge. And there'll be highly detailed information for every observatory along with its sites and stations, full inventories, also highly detailed information on services that each of the facilities provide, be they deployable systems or laboratory services and so on. And it'll also list the associated fees with it. So these are almost in place now. And there'll also be a system for private management and the fees associated with that. So that's the last slide. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stephen. And so our last speaker this morning is Jyoti Mandal, who's been is with the Department of Computer Science at University of Saskatchewan, a professor there, and has been leading the data visualization efforts in Global Water Futures with some very cool things for you to see. So.
Thank you, John. Hello, everyone. I am Jyoti, and I'm going to take you to the visualizations we do at computer science at USask with a lot of people at Global Water Future. So it has been a wonderful journey, and we'll talk about where we started with and what we have accomplished so far. So when we started looking into the GWF data, we saw a lot of geospatial data. And if you think about that, there are time series, raster data, netcdf files, and researchers want to talk about combinations of them to figure out the correlations, anomaly in the data, and so on. And when you look about the combinations they look at, it could be hundreds. And just in this slide, the combinations is 240, and they can flood your life with data. So they have hundreds of model runs, and you can think of many hydrologists using many models, generating petabytes of data, and how do you explore that? So we started to build prototypes, and prototypes are good. They look very nice, appealing. Sometimes it is very eye-catching and works for papers, and yeah, so we are happy with that. But soon after some time, we realized it is not good enough because there is a steep learning curve as soon as you build something novel, and it works for one project, doesn't generalize to another project, and it is not scalable. And as soon as the developer goes away, your prototype dies. So we need something that is sustainable, innovative, as well as supports a large body of people in the community. So what could be done? So there are a lot of discussion, and yeah, so John, Al, Martin, and many hydrologists and many other people suggested that, okay, so why not we augment the model agnostic visualization? And the idea is we have multiple models, and we can take the outcome, have a programmable interface that can flexibly build visualization dashboards that could be used for user training or collaboration or sharing the research outcomes and so on to build a Thrive community along which this platform can sustain. So we started discussing with people, and we figured out they not only want to see the correlations among data, but where the model gets stabilized, how long it takes to stabilize, and whether it is high resolution or not, and whether it is continental scale, provincial scale, or even global scale. So there are a lot of problems. We listed them, we prioritized them, and saw that, okay, there are also that general geo-visual needs on top of this. And we identified what we could do to clearly add values beyond what we have existing right now. So right now, we accomplished a programmable interface. In the high level, you have an interface that can flexibly build dashboards to visualize model outcomes. Not only that, you can have general outcomes for general types of data sets for a small to moderate data sets. And I'll be talking about large data sets in a second. So the process is like this. You got your data, you have some scripts that will put the data into database so that you can visualize, and then there will be programmable interface, and finally, we have the visualization dashboard. The idea is the developers, modelers can use the full spectrum of it, and at the end, visualization could be used by high-level people or users, stakeholders, government, or public. So here are some use cases. We did it to ensure the system is robust, usable in practice. This is a use case for prairie water. You can see the fungicides, herbicides distribution, along with the class distributions, and some screenshot of permafrost visualization, some screenshot of SUMA models, mesh model, you can see an outlier there, and then CHM, that gave us a lot of trouble because there are millions of triangular features that we want to explore through the web, like the ones that we do try for the small data set. So without talking about too much, let's take a demo, and you can see on the top, you can write code on the programmable interface or use one of the template and then run it to generate the visualization. And at the bottom, you can see 1 million triangles. We are exploring it, and they are clickable. You can interact with them and see time series data. And I don't think this has ever been done before. So we are very excited to be able to accomplish this sort of outcomes. So I don't have a thank you slides because I really want the community to take that in, and I want to keep this running as long as possible. So with that, I will end my talk here. Thank you, everybody.
Well, thank you. We could be mesmerized by that for hours, but we'll stop it. Thank you so much. So great speakers here, and we finished with time for some questions. And I invite questions from anyone in the audience, but I particularly encourage any of our users to ask a question of any of the members of the panel, because these systems are here to support science, but also to support users and their needs. And so it'd be great to get that discussion going. And remember, step up to the mic, and that we can hear you, and the people online can hear you as well. And do you have a mic in there? Yes, you do. Great.
This is working?
Yes, it is.
Alrighty. Yeah, thanks. I really appreciated the overview of the observatories. And as someone who's an early career scientist and been interested in the interactions between permafrost thaw and water quality in the north, the news that these observatories are ongoing into the future is really exciting. So my question is for someone who's an early career scientist and is interested in contributing to the observatories, as they keep moving forward, hopefully for many decades, what are the steps you'd recommend to actually do that?
Find a place you like that works scientifically. There are so many of those research sites out there, and the thing is that let's say we'll pick on Wolf Creek, okay? So Wolf Creek is managed by Sean Carey from McMaster University. So if you want to do some work in Wolf Creek, contact Sean, but basically there's no charge to do that. If you just want to get data from Wolf Creek, from the stations there, then you can do that through the GWF net system. But the key thing is that there will continue to be technical support for Wolf Creek going through the future. Probably the ideal thing is to find a really late career researcher who's about to keel off and then start hanging out in the basin a bit, and then it might be yours. You never know. So that's
Thank you.
yeah. Okay. I've got a question for Joti. I wonder about your plans for rolling out some of the visualization system to the user community.
Okay, thank you for the question. It is a very nice question. So we actually started thinking about it, and we did some focus group with developers and in-person interviews. We ran a very mini workshop to see how we can deal with future webinars, and we think the system should be good enough to run some webinar in the summer, so that is one thing. But we have two bodies of people here. One is those who are the developers and those who are the modelers and end users. So we also have plans to have it open source with full development cycle so that we can have computer science community continuously contributing to the development and maintaining of this system, as well as train modelers and others to use it. And yeah, so bring these two bodies together. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, great. Other questions from the audience? So anyway, I might have another one here for Kiana. And Kiana, I was wondering if you could comment on the rollout of some of these satellite systems, and when might we see them more operational, and at what point will they be at something where people can access the satellite data and start to use that in the broader research community?
Does it work? So when the satellite becomes available for everyone to download, what we do is to develop atmospheric correction models to correct those satellites as the first block of processing. And then the next step for us would be to develop algorithms to retrieve different water quality parameters from these images. So when we put these two blocks of processing these two blocks of processing all together, we will have a pipeline so that when the satellite passes from any region, we will have a near real-time estimation of water quality parameters estimated for any water body of interest. So that's the goal for us, and we are working on developing and deploying different sensors in the prairie lakes to basically test this implementation.
Great, thank you very much. I'm going to ask one of you, but you can ask one now, yeah.
So if I ask the question, then, well, first of all, now this turns on.
It's just on.
They should be on. Yeah.
Oh, it's on right now?
Yeah.
Oh. I just want to ask about the data archiving, and then, so one of the things that we ran in with Rayon, and I think this is a normal thing when scientists are doing hard work and spending money to create data, is they want to have control over it. And so, you know, at Rayon, we kind of had a policy that certain stuff like temperature and all that would be immediately available, and then also, too, for data that was going up to predictive models, like NOAA has models of hypoxia and stuff in the Great Lakes, that it will go directly there. But how do you handle, you know, if a student is collecting data, making that data available in the process of how that works, and being able to protect? I don't like the word protect because I think it's really important to be open, but do you want to comment on that a little bit about how that works?
Yeah, sure. So the data policy that we have makes provisions for that very thing. So we do acknowledge the fact that there needs to be sort of a grace period where the data remains not available to outside of the project. The period of time is actually 2 years. We call that an embargo. So it's quite a comprehensive data policy that we tried to think of everything, and it's even been revised 2 years in, so it's pretty comprehensive now.
And you know, I think back to acoustic telemetry, because when you put an acoustic receiver out and a tagged fish from somebody else swims by your receiver, you're collecting data for them, right? So it's funny, it's inherently collaborative. And people, initially, they're kind of a little bit nervous about it, but you realize the benefit of sharing data and sharing your instruments. And in a lot of ways, I think with drones and satellite imagery, or even some of these in situ instruments that we put out that are collecting such an incredible volume of data, the opportunities to collaborate and be open about the data. But it's interesting, when you don't want to give up, you don't want to give up your data, but you don't want to be protectionist about it. But I think that's one of the things that I think moving forward with these observation networks is we need to sort of work out how we make the data even more available in a quicker time period, and yet still protecting the people that are using the data for their thesis or their projects.
Yeah. I might just add there's been an evolution of that thinking over time, and I remember back to the McKinsey GWF study, and if a scientist collected data, then it's mine. Even though that scientist might be working for the Crown, everybody's funded by the Crown, so I guess it belongs to the Crown. But anyway, that wasn't the thinking that went on, and people often go through some hardships to collect this data, so that sense of ownership gets developed when you're living in a tent up in the Arctic or something like that to collect it. But over time, the sharing has become better and better, and the benefits have been seen. And one of them is citations. And so publishing your data under a DOI increases citations, and for university profs, that's the currency. And as other aspiring researchers, it helps your H-index, and so that's the feedback that was broken before, not established, that is established now. And with CFI, we'll be moving to more and more complete, open, less embargo data, and I'd like to see us move away from that completely in time.
Yeah, and I might add to that, John, having appropriate attribution of the data is also motivating. So now it's my data, but I'm sharing it with everybody, and everybody knows it's my hard work.
Yeah. So, okay, we're done. So I want to thank the panelists for their discussions and their conversation, and a big hand for them. So thank you. And now Nancy is going to lead us through some lightning talks.
Okay, welcome to the last lightning talk session of the conference. I'm Nancy Gaucher. I'll chair this for you. And first up, we have Emil Surinsky.
Thank you for the opportunity to present here. I don't see, so is there a way how the audience can see the slides? Okay, thank you. So there has been an ongoing concern about the water quality in indigenous communities. Who are kind of talking to them on numerous occasions. They're very much wondering about the quality of the water, and the plan here was to provide them with the facility of monitoring the water in real time in a very low cost way, that they can take ownership of their own water quality. So for that, with my colleague Charles Delanoy at McMaster and our students Tian Yu and Eric, we developed water sensors, very low cost water sensors. So this is an advertisement for poster 58, where we have one such water sensor then on display. The water sensors are roughly 1/3, 1/4 of the quality of the cost of comparable commercial ones. They come with a website. We build a website. Everything is open sourced. Everything is made as low cost as possible. You can check in this current website that is being displayed here to see even what the quality right now, the parameters are in the room here and in the next room where the sensor is running. We did deploy these water sensors at the Six Nations of the Grand River in southern Ontario, south of Hamilton, at several locations last year, and collected there the water. This is some pictures from this deployment. So this is how the current design. It's a tube design made of, for example, of the pipes that you can buy at Home Depot. So very inexpensive design, but still delivers the quality parameters. So we're still doing the testing of how this compares with lab tests and with commercial sensors, but we are still but the quality is is so far so good. And as mentioned, everything is open source and well documented. It can be used for educational uses. We have been using it also for educational uses last year and plan still to do it then this year. As a side project, we also had a variation of this where we are using the very similar sensor technology for tracking turtles as a way of delineating their habitat of turtles. And it was also meant to be as a way of helping indigenous communities kind of keep track of the habitat of the turtles here. So there are a lot of technical issues that were involved, kind of that, well, most of the users are not, rather would not worry about, like the reliability, like security, safety of the data, and the security of this transmission here. So this is kind of a quick overview. It is poster 55. We'll still be around to have any questions, to answer any questions. That's it already. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Emil. Next up, we have Sarah Eager.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So as researchers, I'm sure many of you have wondered at times how you can quantify the impacts of your work. So these types of questions are what can be answered with metascience. So metascience is a field of study that uses critical and reflective approaches to ensure outputs are transparent and impactful, as well as identify bias or reproducibility issues that can impact their quality. So since this is the GWF Finale, we thought it would be fitting to use these techniques on research outputs associated with the Global Water Futures program. The goal of our project was to identify where gaps in accessibility lie and find ways to inform funding for similarly scaled projects in the future. So as Dr. Pomeroy mentioned on Monday, refereed publications are among the most abundant GWF outputs. At the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic, we saw a significant increase in these reported outputs. As many of you probably know from experience, travel restrictions prevented a lot of researchers from conducting essential fieldwork and data collection. But it did give more time for people to actually sit down and finish writing all those papers they'd been putting off all year, which is a great reflection of the Global Water Futures program's tenacity, where even as the world shut down, we managed to remain productive and find ways to complete our research goals. As part of the core data management team, we focus most of our attention on accessibility in publications and their relevant data sets. By examining each article for a data availability statement, we use this information to create quantitative results related to the nature of these statements, as well as which repositories, if any, the data was stored in. Making your data available by putting a data availability statement in every single one of your publications is crucial to creating reproducible and impactful outputs. So yeah, I'm Sarah Eager. I'm a second-year undergraduate co-op student at the University of Waterloo. If you want to learn more about our analysis and you haven't had a chance to check out our poster yet, it's number 108 right outside. And thank you for listening.
That was really great, Sarah. Thank you so much for that. Next up, we have Morteza Beyboui.
Okay, hi. My name is Morteza, and I'm honored to be presenting my work today. This project was under the supervision of Professor Jimmy Lin from the Department of Computer Science of University of Waterloo. Imagine the time and effort it takes to search through the research papers trying to identify the ones that are truly relevant to our interests. It can be overwhelming and often lead to missed opportunities. But today I'm excited to share you a breakthrough solution that leverages the power of big NLP models to change publication search and discovery. By harnessing the capability of these advanced NLP models, we are able to delve deeper into the meaning of words and capture the topic relevance that go beyond the human comprehension. This means that our search system can consider various aspects of queries, such as context, semantic connections, and even subtle relationships between words. So what is the result? A more intelligent and accurate approach to finding the most relevant publications. But our journey doesn't end with accurate search results. We understand the importance of user-friendly interfaces. That's why we have developed a user interface that simplifies the entire process. You can also access the GWF Publications website directly by scanning the QR code I have provided in my poster. In addition to our accurate search results, I would like to highlight the implementation of topic clustering in our work. By generating high-dimensional embedding using powerful BERT-based models, actually these are like neural networks, we can group similar publications together. This intuitive representation allows researchers to explore the relationships between publications and quickly identify relevant cases. So for more detailed information about our work, I invite you to visit my poster at number 109. Thanks.
Great work, Murtaza. Okay, next we have Michael Workday.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I am Mikhail, a postdoc at the University of Saskatchewan at the Department of Geography and Planning. I am working with Dr. Corinne and Professor Aden. So our work is on impact of climate change on water-related vector-borne disease in temperate region. There is an increasing risk of mosquito-borne disease in the temperate region or the colder region. In fact, the problem of vector-borne disease are highly aggregated in tropical regions, but nowadays, because of global warming or climate change, the effect of vector-borne disease are increasing in temperate region or in the colder region where previously the climate does not support the growth or development of vector, but nowadays, because of the climate change, the climate starts to support the growth of vectors or development of pathogen as well. So the objective of our work is to better understand the current state of knowledge on mechanisms through which climate change affect water-related vector-borne disease in temperate region, and to assess the degree to which temperate regions will be affected by change in vector-borne disease in the future. In our work, we synthesized the evidences, the mechanisms through which climate change affects the transmission of vector-borne disease in the colder region. Mainly its effect on the pathogen, the vector, and the host in the transmission pathway. We also quantified the effect of 1 degree Celsius increase in monthly average temperature in the transmission season, usually between May and November, on the transmission of the West Nile virus infection in the temperate region. And we also compiled what are the available methods for measuring or assessing the impact of climate change on the transmission of vector-borne disease in the temperate region. So if you have any comment or question, please welcome and discuss. Our poster number is 45. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Michael. And our final speaker is Kurt Belcher with no slides.
Hello, I'm Kurt Belcher. My poster is number 36, and it's titled Human Dimensions of Water Security, Comparing Academic and Policy Management Practices. There's a gap in our knowledge of how the human variables of water management influence good quality water governance and how these variables can be utilized to improve the governance strategies that affect such a vital resource for all. In 2019, a large review was carried out with the intention of qualitative measurement of these human dimensions of water security via thematic coding of academic and policy literature from the sphere of prairie watershed governance. The emergent themes of this review can help us untangle the differences and similarities between academic source suggestions and policy practice to find the best strategies into the future of prairie water governance. We're still in the early stages of analysis, but if you have a chance to check out the poster, we have some visualizations of the patterns we've seen in each category of watershed governance literature so far. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. That concludes the lightning talk session. Please, I encourage you to go and check out the posters. You have one last shot, although we are working on getting them uploaded in the spirit of preserving the legacy. So please join me in thanking all of our lightning talk speakers. They did a wonderful job.
Okay, thanks everybody for hanging on, and I'll get this up. Do you want to introduce the session while I get the talk up?
I can do that. Yep. Hello, everyone. And just before the break, we are going to look at the international dimensions of global water futures. We have demonstrated over the last 2 days that we are pan-Canadian. We span knowledge systems, and we span all of the sciences, modern sciences. And what we would like to share now are the ways in which various dimensions of global water future research is finding traction overseas and around the world.
Great. Thanks, Corinne. So I'd like to thank Corinne for co-convening this with me, and thank our panelists. So we have Corinne is she's double duty here. She's a panelist and co-convening. We've got Okan, who's now with I'm sorry, I forgot the name. Lorax. I should have known. Lorax, Dr. Seuss. Lorax Consulting is based in Montreal. We have John Pomeroy, who everybody knows, and we have Dr. Fred Rona as well from the University of Calgary. All 4 of our panelists have much international experience. So with no further ado, I'll just give you a quick outline of what we're going to talk about here. So Okan will give us a bit of a case study on some of the work he did in modeling in Central Asia, just to set a bit of a context of what's been possible with GWF and where we've gone. I'll introduce the Planetary Water Prediction Program with one slide. That should be pretty quick. Fred will talk about the UNESCO Chair Program. That's just been recently announced, and that's pretty exciting news for everybody. So I think it's good to inform everybody what's going on there. Corinne has been involved with Women Plus Water, Women and Water for many, many years, and so she's had some real impacts at the international level, and so she'll introduce some of those concepts. And then as everybody knows, John travels all over the place and is involved in many UN initiatives, and so he'll kind of summarize those and how GWF has kind of influenced the global community in what it's doing. And then hopefully we'll have some time for a few questions. So it should be a really good session. Hope everybody enjoys it and maybe learns a few things as well. So just a quick background, and all the GWFers have known this for a long time. You know, part of our mandate was to apply our models globally, right? And we have been successful in doing that in a number of basins. The idea there was to improve global data sets on climate forcings. You saw some of that a couple of days ago, the geofabrics that we use, and then actually trying to address some of the issues, especially on the climate change side, on some of these international basins. So we've been successful in setting up the model in a number of regions. We've got some successful collaborations with Chile. We've done some work in India, and Okan will talk about some of the work he's done in Central Asia. So that's been a successful part of GWF, and we hope to continue a little bit of more work on that through the synthesis. So with that, I'll ask Okan to come up and describe what he did in terms of the climate change work for the seed area modeling.
Hi everyone, and thanks Al for the opportunity. So I'm gonna take you to another part of the world, Central Asia, where uneven distribution of water resources causes conflicts and oftentimes clashes among the nations. So the Sirdarya River, one of the major rivers in Central Asia, descends from the glaciated Tian Shan Mountains and flows into the Aral Sea after crossing Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Kazakhstan. While the hydropower production is the main use of this river by the upstream countries, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, downstream semi-arid countries, Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, rely on the water released by the upstream countries for the agriculture, particularly cotton production. And therefore, snow and ice reserves in upstream countries are important for providing water for about 20 million people in the region and are prone to climate change. And the special mismatches between the land and water resources, along with the overallocation of water resources, have led to the current water conflicts in the region. And the Aral Sea, which was used to be the world's fourth largest lake in 1960, has been drying up and salinizing, mostly because of unsustainable expansion of irrigation projects. Yet, projected glacier losses and snow shrinkage resulting from climate change will likely to cause a further drying of the Aral Sea and also worsen the relationship between the nations because of the water. Yet the impacts to the hydrological cycle resulting from the climate change has not been diagnosed using physically based glacial-hydrological models that can resolve mountain snow and glacier hydrology with confidence. Therefore, this study aims to assess the impacts of the projected climate change on the hydrology of Sirdarya River Basin. The current and future hydrological processes and natural flows were diagnosed using MESH, a Canadian physically based hydrological and surface model with comprehensive representation of cold regions processes. And due to the lack of observational data across the Sirdarya River Basin, we first set up a vector-based mesh model for the Upper Narin, which is a relatively well-studied headwater basin of Sirdarya located in Kyrgyzstan. And Upper Narin, with a drainage area of 11,000 square kilometers, 7% of which is dominated by the glacier, is the main water resource for Kyrgyzstan, as well as for the entire Sirdarya River Basin. And to drive the mesh model in the Upper Narin River Basin and Sirdarya River Basin, we combine the EMERGE and ERA5 land data sets. Most of the model parameters were based on the previous studies in the region, as well as previous mesh applications in Canadian basins. A limited model calibration has been performed on some model parameters, and the modeling concepts and parameters were then transferred to Sirdarya River Basin, which is divided into 9 group response units based on the land uses and 5,900 modeling subbasins. These plots show the comparison of the model simulations against observations. So the figure on the left-hand side shows the comparison of the observed discharge data at the outlet of the Upper Naren River Basin against the model simulations. Here, the red color are representing the observed data, and blue color is the simulated results. So looking at the visual comparison as well as the stats, we can say that the model is performing reasonably well. And on top of that, over the snowmelt periods for the simulation duration, the simulated basin average snow cover area fraction was compared against the data from ModSnow, you can see on the right-hand side, which is an operational monitoring tool used in the region and based on MODIS. And then as a next step, we wanted to explore the projected changes due to climate change in Upper Naren and Sirdarya under RCP 8.5 climate with and without glaciers. So these plots show the changes in snow accumulation or SUI in Upper Naren River Basin and Sirdarya River Basin, where the black line represents the historical or current situation, and the blue line represents the future projections. So looking at these figures, what we see is peak SUI declines by 20 to 30% in Upper Naren and Sirdarya River Basins, and snow cover period declines by 1 to 2 months. And if you look at the projected changes on stream flow for Upper Naren and Sirdarya, what we see is Upper Naren peak flow advances by 3 months and it decreases by 40%, mostly because of the deglaciation, which you can see by the red color compared to black color, which represents the historical situation. And in Sirdarya peak flow, which is shown on the right-hand side of the figure, advances by 1 month, and annual stream flow decreases by 20% due to deglaciation and reduced and earlier snow melt. And the projected glacier loss in Sirdarya was reflected by the reduced runoff in the irrigation season in summer, which is quite critical for the region. So in conclusion, coupling reanalysis products to physically based hydrological and glaciological models can provide credible simulations in high mountain basins. Modeling concepts, setups, and parameters can be transferred from research basins in Canada to high mountain river basin headwaters and downstream basins around the world. What we saw is that results for the Sirdarya Basin show sharply reduced future stream flow under climate change, primarily due to the reduction of seasonal snow cover and secondarily due to deglaciation, which would result in increased tensions over water sharing by the nations in the region and further drying of RLC. And finally, and importantly, our results can be used to inform climate change adaptation strategies in the region. Thanks.
Thank you, Okan. It's a bit of a dire message, I think, but we'll try to move to something a little more positive. So hopefully we can develop adaptation strategies to help with this. A lot of UN efforts there, and we'll start with Fred to talk about the UNESCO chairs. So Fred, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks, Al. Actually, with this entire conference and sort of the directions that we're heading, it's exciting to be part of the legacy of Global Water Futures and the foundation that many of you have been, of course, a part of. And again, it's in part a John Pomeroy story again, but also the significant efforts of Global Water Futures. Corinne and her work in other areas about trying to look at how we can actually continue to sustain and move both the research and the fundamental sciences being done through the programs and advancing and positioning Canada and helping deal with significant water issues, both domestically but also on an international scale. So what I wanted to actually go through is a bit of an announcement that, and some of you may have known or whatever, but again, I think some of these discussions occurred probably well over a year ago, where John was approached. John has been historically involved with UNESCO Canadian National Committee, IHP. When I was with Environment Canada, I was the chief delegate for Canada for a decade and a half on CNC IHP. And under the UNESCO program, we have an opportunity to actually continue to advance our work on an international scale. And we were successful in our application, which is actually a significant feat in itself. If any of you have had to submit to UN processes and see the adjudication and what you need to go through to actually both get approval from the Canadian Commission, but also from the international effort, it's not a small task. Including filling out their arduous paperwork that needs to go through with these processes. And we were successful in actually getting a UNESCO chair in mountain water sustainability, the host institution and partnering institution with the University of Saskatchewan, and the legacy of the Global Water Futures is the University of Calgary. What this program is, for those of you that don't know, the United Nations network of university organizations and UNESCO Chairs program, in fact, was launched way back in 1992 and involves now more than 850 institutions in 120 countries worldwide. And the real fundamental piece of the UNESCO program is that it's to promote international inter-university cooperation and networking in enhancing basically our not only institutional capacities here, but of course helping institutional capacities in developing in other areas where knowledge sharing and collaborative work is fundamental to advancing the science and social dimension that we're basically dealing with. This is really a science societal program. This is making our science relevant to the local communities and to decision makers in many parts of the world in terms of advancing their own areas related to sustainability of water resources. And so basically what the program is advancing education and in the natural and social sciences, culture, and communication. The activities and what we do under the chair is really we're to serve as think tanks and bridge builders between academia, civil society, local communities, research and policy making. The UN Sustainable Development Goals, the 17 goals that are set by the UN, are really fundamental. And we basically make sure that the kinds of activities that we do under the chair are addressing as much as possible in an integrated manner the goals. And really the ultimate role is for the activities under the chair to help inform decision-making processes and teaching and building capacity. Again, the next generation of researchers and community decision makers related to water resources. I don't think we have to go without saying both of what we just saw in the presentation that preceded me and also a lot of the work that was done by Global Water Futures, that mountain systems both in Canada and globally are really under high vulnerability, under climate change and other pressures, anthropogenic stressors. They're often considered the mountain towers of the world, and also they are really the surrogate also from a altitudinal point of view of latitudinal change and climate change. And many communities, peoples, economies depend on mountain systems. So we were very fortunate that our proposal for UNESCO chair was supported, and what this does is it links Canada, right now Chile and Nepal, and mountain water communities and hopefully as we expand in the quest of achieving sustainability of high mountain waters under the stress of climate change. And what we collectively will do, and there's only a subgroup of us, there's basically 6 of us starting this out, but we're striving to address differentiated vulnerabilities and opportunities for water-dependent communities, and very much focusing on the social Western science type of braiding and dimension and capacity building with Indigenous communities and their needs for food, water, livelihoods, health, and well-being. We are to work on bridging geographic regions and braiding disciplines of research. So what we hope is to be a catalyst, building on the good work of Global Water Futures and other initiatives, is continuing to build this transdisciplinary philosophy of how we actually achieve water sustainability, ranging from developing and better expert and decision systems in terms of water prediction, all the way through of what does that mean to local communities and actually using those water supplies from a cultural and subsistence point of view. And of course, the other aspect is for us to develop the connections and capacity building. Right now, the chairholders, we have 6 of us. We have Dr. Carrie Black from the University of Calgary, Professor James McPhee from University of Chile, John from University of Saskatchewan, Dejad Pradhanjana from Tribhuvan University in Nepal, Corinne being part of the team from the University of Saskatchewan, and then myself at the University of Calgary. All of us have a range of backgrounds. I'm an aquatic ecologist by training, and I do a lot of hydroecological work, both and I've done it in headwater systems in the Mackenzie and other areas, but also in the high Arctic. We have social scientists, hydrologists, engineers, and others basically as part of the core team. But we consider ourselves as really just as a core team. The success of the program will be the outreach and the connectivity of our programs with communities and in the respective countries, and building this north, south, east, west capacity as we work through the activities of the chair. I believe the chair goes to 2017, if I've got it right, the initial period. So it's not a long period of time, but hopefully we can get things launched and moving forward in a significant way in the coming months. Is actually getting to go. 3 major questions that the chair really is going to start looking at addressing. How will mountain headwater rivers that are currently dominated by snow and glaciers provide secure fresh water for humanity and ecosystems under climate change? To what degree are mountain ecosystems and communities impacted? So vulnerabilities, and also in terms of their hydrologic regimes, getting better prediction and understanding of this, and how can they collectively be and collaboratively be managed to build equitable, sustainable, inclusive, and resilient communities, economies, and ecosystems, while also respecting and advancing local and indigenous rights. So we have a very strong, as I said, under the UNESCO program, a very strong mandate for the social dimension of this. Some of the desired outcomes that we are looking at are climate change predictions. We already see that we've got, through Global Water Futures, significant foundational work done on environmental prediction. We hope to continue to work with many of you and others in terms of advancing that as they apply to mountain systems. Looking at climate change mitigation measures and the implications for agricultural systems, terrestrial and aquatic ecosystem management, et cetera, and how we can actually build better resilience to climate change in these vulnerable systems. And then also having a unique, hopefully, combination of not only environmental prediction, but also dealing with the human and societal dimension of how we actually interface those 2 components for adaptation strategies. These are just from some of the quotes from the chairholders. I think you can see from Corinne, I mean, that represents a great opportunity to recognize the interdependencies that exist between water and people, and work with communities to build on and share locally appropriate sustainable solutions. John has greatest opportunities, advanced knowledge to co-develop for water sustainability with societies and communities and the science community. Carrie is basically, again, the whole issue, and interesting and we've talked about this, of the decolonization of methodologies and approaches, and respecting indigenous rights, and working with local peoples in terms of advancing the science and making it relevant to those communities. And of course, from John, James McPhee, and also from Diraj, from their communities, both in Chile and Nepal and other areas, this is significant for capacity building, and they're already beginning to use the chair as an impetus for getting resources and new funding to help support science community-based work in mountain regions in their respective countries. So it's an exciting opportunity that we have. What we're hoping here is we are looking at the application of multiple and new knowledge systems, helping develop and work towards breaking down systemic barriers and knowledge mobilization, key principles under the UN and other aspects under the Sustainable Development Goals is really promoting equity, diversity, and inclusion in terms of how we approach the work in these areas, and hopefully will be catalysts collectively in providing new solutions through partnerships, transdisciplinary research and education, and advance the social science innovation front. Our website is under development still, but please stay tuned, and hopefully that you'll see how we're moving and being part of the legacy of Global Water Futures and advancing the work in mountain systems through this process. So thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, Fred. So, you know, despite some of the many challenges that we're going to see with climate change over the years, I think bodies like the UNESCO Chair Program will give us some optimism, and I think some of the young professionals and some of the early career researchers can see some hope on the horizon. And so, you know, touch base with these folks and see how you can contribute, because we all have to tackle these problems together as we move from Global Water Futures, John, to Global Water Solutions, right? So I think that's where we want to go. And speaking of very passionate people about what they do and who do a lot of work in lots of areas for GWF, we'll bring up Corinne Schuster-Wallace, who will talk about something she's worked on for a very long time and has been very diligent on, and that's the Women Plus Water programs. Corinne?
Thank you, Al. I really appreciate that. Yes, I would like to talk about Women Plus Water. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the community that we are building together, and I really do mean together. And so I'd like to acknowledge my co-author, Dr. Andrea Rowe, and also recognize that we continue to meet on Treaty 6 territory and the traditional homelands of the Métis. I'll start by contextualizing this for those of you who haven't yet crossed me in any way, shape, or form, but the climate crisis is a water crisis. We've heard that. We talk about that within Global Water Futures. What we don't acknowledge is that it's also a gender crisis. 773 million people plus live in countries with water insecurity, but women and girls manage water in 8 out of 10 households. 8 out of 10 households. We've heard about it from the Indigenous perspective. We've heard about how important women are to water for Indigenous peoples here in Canada, but also around the world. We may or may not know about the patriarchal societies predominating in many countries in sub-Saharan Africa that devolve the domestic water carried to women and girls. The other part of the context I'd like to share with you is SDG 6. You heard from Fred about the Sustainable Development Goals. Again, I'm sure that you're all aware of them. But SDG 6 is all about access to water and sanitation for everyone, everywhere. So in the home, in the healthcare facility, in the school, and in the market, and in the workplace. So Canada's rich, water rich, we know that. But we also have heard recently about the challenges that we face here in Canada. But again, we have pressures and extreme events, we have water quality and quantity problems, but we also have inequities. We have inequities in who has access to water. Again, we've heard a little bit about that. We have inequities in terms of who experiences these natural disasters, these extreme events, and the degree to which people are impacted by these events. We also have inequities in our academic structures. Just 1.4% of university professors are Indigenous peoples, 2% are Black, and women account for only 27% of women full professors. What you may not realize is that this is not just an equity issue. It's not just a diversity and inclusion issue. This is actually fundamental to the way that we do business, because equity, diversity, and inclusion is critical to innovation and ultimately leads to more inclusive and therefore more sustainable solutions. So what do we need to do? We need to educate people on the importance of water equity and justice. We need to provide opportunities for women and for people in other equity-deserving groups. We need to provide evidence for informed decisions. We need to support and mentor. We need to start locally, act globally, and create a community. And hopefully that's what we're doing in Women Plus Water. It's certainly what we set out intentionally to achieve. So who are we? We are Women Plus Water. We're a thriving international community. And I say that we are a thriving international community because we've built up over the last 4 years through Global Water Futures and through my tenure here at the University of Saskatchewan, building on a lot of work and a lot of engagement and networks around the world before that. Our relationships connect people across borders. We elevate women's voices, and we create space for innovative conversations that redefine inclusive excellence in water. We have plus principles. We have people and informed voices. We have leadership and inclusive excellence. We uphold and celebrate equity, diversity, and inclusion. And we support and provide accessibility. And I have to thank Fred and Chandra and Stacy and Jesse and a whole lot of other people, including our interpreters and our English language live captioners who have supported us and who have supported the Women Plus Water community and who have made us able to actually adhere to these principles. And I'd like to think that these principles can become principles that are adopted beyond Women Plus Water, particularly as we move forward beyond Global Water Futures. So what does this look like? We started when I came in 2018. I arrived in July, and in September it was the first federal government recognized Gender Week in September. And my research has always had a gender dimension around water and health, particularly in rural and remote communities around the world. And I, in my naivety, approached John and said, we need to do something. And he said, go ahead. So thanks to Lori and Lolita, who helped me navigate the USask system and how to book rooms, we had our first lecture. And we realized at that first lecture that we needed something more. And that was where the Women Plus Water lecture series came out. And we have carefully built constructed conversations between academic, non-academic, all genders, all topics around water to really threefold, to highlight the gender dimensions of water, to showcase women and other equity-deserving groups who have expertise and experience in water, and to really provide opportunities for professional development, particularly for young professionals. And I really have to shout out to the YP at GWF as well for financial support, for being those people who have supported and engaged in Global Water, in the Women Plus Water lectures, but also who have organized viewing parties and have come to viewing parties and have really boosted the engagement in Women Plus Water. So thanks to all of you for that. So you can see that we've got social media handles, and our Women Plus Water lecture series has reached 2,000 participants in over 49 countries. You can see all of the views. We're part of the top GWF web pages that are looked at. We have all of our videos of the previous webinars on the website with French captioning, English captioning, and the translations. And we have recently launched our expert list. I was privileged to be part of the Women and Girls in Science International Day for this year, back on February 11th in New York, and with the support of Dr. Princess Nisreen El Hashmite and the Chansu Global. It's now an intergovernmental organization that's being championed by the Tajikistan government. We were able to launch the Women Plus Water expert list. And this is open to people of all genders and nationalities who have lived experience or demonstrated track record of contributing to gender equity in water through research, through art, through policy, through practice, through community or youth engagement, entrepreneurship. So you can see that we're a really wide, inclusive community. And the common thread is the desire to contribute to an international community that we're working together to increase equity, diversity, and inclusion in water. not just in water research, but in water management and water governance, and really to share expertise, because we've heard about it being a dire problem, and we know that there are underrepresented groups, and we need to increase the visibility of equity-deserving groups in water and share their expertise, because, as I say, diversity is innovation, and innovation is equity and sustainability. And this is how we're going to really achieve SDG 6 and the other water-related goals. And so, join the list, and if you don't join the list, use the list, because we need everybody. We anticipate that if you need diversity on your board, on your research grant, at your panel, have a look. There's going to be someone who either has the language that you require, who has the expertise or the topic information that you require, and who is in the region that you need them to be in. So join the list, www.womenpluswater.org, or use the list. And thank you ever so much for everyone's support to this point in time, and for everybody who's wearing the pin or has taken a sticker, encourage everybody to join the list. So thank you very much for your time.
Always nice to get a little scream of support. That's always good. Thanks, Corinne. That was very, very well done, and I'm sure everybody appreciates it. So it's nice to see the energy in the room and the energy Corinne brings to this, and probably the energizer bunny of GWF is John Pomeroy. John is the hardest working hydrologist I've ever known, and we've been working together for 30 years, and he never stops. When everybody else is sleeping, John's still working. On that front, John has been involved in many, many initiatives with the UN. The UN is a big monolith, and John has figured out ways to successfully navigate that monolith. And so we thought it would be really appropriate to have John sort of go through, since GWF, some of the efforts and some of the successes that he's seen through his the 7 years of GWF. So John, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Al. We are Global Water Futures, and so we need to do things internationally. And the United Nations and its agencies are imperfect, but that's the only game in the world to move things on a global scale. And so we felt it was very important to develop a number of initiatives at multiple entry points into the UN system to try to influence it in a positive way, and to find ways to suggest and show how solutions that we found in Canada might be deployed internationally through the UN system. And by the way, that's a photograph I took. That's the UN General Assembly in March, and the UN had the United Nations water meeting. It was the first one in 47 years, and it was a massive, massive meeting. We'll talk more about it, but it's being opened there by the Secretary General of the United Nations, and the co-chairs of that meeting, the King of the Netherlands and the President of Tajikistan. And this is the midpoint of the UN Water Decade that Global Water Futures has been supporting in many ways. So, there was good timing as well, is what I'm saying, that there's a new appreciation of water at the UN and something that we could feed into directly. So we have a vast array of international initiatives, and I want to recognize Chris de Beer here, because he's been involved with and supporting and helping develop many of these. One I'll talk about a bit is the InArch network. You've heard a little bit about it, and we'll go into it later. The other is the Global Water Futures being North America's regional hydroclimate project for the World Climate Research Program's GWEX project. That's the Global Energy and Water Exchanges project, and something Canada has had a long association with as a major delivery and understanding of global relationships between fresh water and the atmosphere. The UN Water Action Decade, we've, through Corinne's work and Bob Sanford and UN University collaboration, the Canada Water Decade site is up to open that. And then something I'll mention, the International Year for Glacier Preservation. The IPCC Conference of the Parties, or COP. This is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And so the Jim Bruce, Canadian, was the co-chair of the meeting which started the whole idea back at Rio in the 92, I believe. We're still trying to sort out climate change. We're up to COP27, but we're slowly getting there, but it looks like now the world's going to pass 1.5 degrees within 4 years with a 66% probability. So not working all that well. I wish we were better along. But anyway, we've been contributing to this and helping to make the case at COP25 and 26 and 27. And that included the transitions art from Gennady Ivanov that you've seen outside at this that was wildly popular there. Through UNESCO, working in Central Asia, through one of their hydrology projects, the UNESCO chair that Fred mentioned, and the Global Water Assessment Intergovernmental Panel I'll talk about in a bit. Through the World Meteorological Organization, many different inputs, working with them at presentations at the COP meeting, the High Mountain Summit I'll talk about, but then also involvement on the cryosphere and hydrological modeling efforts within WMO, and moving towards global hydrological modeling through WMO collaborations. The Water and Climate Coalition is a grouping of UN organizations, all of them, and a few outside ones, including Global Water Futures, and somehow has elected the academic representative for the world on that. So I don't know quite how I represent everyone's ideas, but I do my best and move that along. The Future Earth is a program of the World Science Council, and it has a Sustainable Water Futures component, and the University of Saskatchewan is a Canadian contributing correspondent to that. And we have a Climate Impacts on Global Mountain Water Security Working Group in there. The Water Security Alliance in the United Kingdom is an alliance of universities in Wales and England in the West that we have a formal relationship and exchanges of talks and ideas and labs, and slowed down a bit by the pandemic, but it is good, and a very strong relationship with the National Center for Atmospheric Research and the University Corporation for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, Colorado. So we're a member of that, and the co-development of the models, such as the WRF model that you saw, is a result of that. The Planetary Water Prediction Program, which Al talked about a bit, has been very, very active all around the world. The Critical Zone Observatory between China and Russia and Siberia, through Philippe van Kapelen and others there. We have a formal arrangement with the Chinese Academy of Sciences to conduct research in the third pole environment, the high mountain Asia, and that became less active during the pandemic, but is now picking up again with more exchanges. And then the Science and Art Transitions. It seems a different world, but just a couple of years ago, we had a Canada-Russia joint event with the ambassadors of Canada and Russia hosting this at Russia House in London with the art that you've seen outside here. And so we keep trying. Peace is always something we push for. The Canada Water Decade is, this is the site for it, and you can just look up canadawaterdecade.net, and you'll see more about how to contribute to that and how some of the research and activities in Canada map to the water-related sustainable development goals and to the United Nations Water Action Decade that we're partway through right now. The High Mountain Summit. Pre-pandemic, we were asked to chair a mountain summit by the World Meteorological Organization at their headquarters in Geneva, and there were 44 mountain countries represented there, came out with a call for action, noting the unprecedented crisis in the mountains, the need, the people living in mountains and those living downstream. If we look in Western Canada, all the way to the Saskatchewan River Delta in Manitoba, the lakes. If we look in northern Canada, down to the Mackenzie River Valley. But everyone needs open access to and use of fit-for-purpose hydrological, meteorological, and climate information services. And also suggestion that we work some way to bring together high mountain observations, predictions, and services together. And I'll talk to you a bit more about how we ended up doing that. The International Network for Alpine Research Catchment Hydrology is another program of GWEX that is affiliated with Global Water Futures. We essentially lead it and support it, and with Chris's tremendous help. And it is a network of about 50 research basins around the world on every inhabited continent. We have Australians in there now too. So but anyway, it's a tremendous network of mountain research sites with growing objectives over time. It started a little bit before Global Water Futures, and it's in phase 2 now, and its objectives are to better measure and understand the high mountain hydrology, atmosphere, biology, human-water interaction purposes. You can see the links to the UNESCO chair quickly there. Improve their prediction as coupled systems and diagnose their sensitivities to climate change, and then propose how they might promote water sustainability under global change. So, and these mountain water towers around the world provide fresh water for over half of humanity. And so what happens in the mountains doesn't stay in the mountains, it matters to all of us. The UN Water Conference, Global Water Futures, was incredibly active. There were delegations from the University of Saskatchewan through GIWS and the Water Institute at the University of Waterloo. So we had about 20 people there. McMaster University was involved in that through Don Martin Hill and members of 6 nations. And we had 10 side events that we organized as part of this, or contributed to as part of this. And you see Corinne there speaking at one that she organized, and many of these were quite powerful. And one thing that was a very special one I'll talk to you about was really the announcement of the moving forward of the International Year of Glaciers Preservation. This was an outcome of that high mountain summit. The government of Tajikistan proposed a resolution in the UN General Assembly that was passed in December to set up the year, which will be 2025, and also to set up an International Glacier Day, which is going to be March 21st, long term, well after 2025. And so this is something that I was honored to contribute some of the science plan for, and also provide a keynote speech with a session led by the Secretary General of the UN and the King of the Netherlands, President of Tajikistan, President of Bolivia, and heads of the various UN organizations. So they're listening, and if you hear the Secretary General talk now, glaciers slip into his announcements on a regular basis. But some of the things we want to do is build awareness of the impact of the loss of snow and ice and the need to limit global warming. We want to help inform adaptation to the loss of snow and ice. The results you saw from Central Asia, the results you've seen from the Mackenzie and from the Saskatchewan and the western basins here, the loss of ice on lakes. These are all things we need to deal with. Expand cryospheric monitoring and share observations on snow, ice, and mountain water. So that's where the GWFO is an example that leads into. To predict changes in snow and ice and impacts on downstream freshwater availability. So that ties in again to our modeling program here and our prediction program. And to provide early warnings, forecasts of snow, ice, and mountain water-related risks and disasters. And so that's our forecasting systems that we're setting up and have set up, such as in the Yukon and elsewhere. And investing in adaptation. There is an international fund for glacier preservation that is being set up that will help in the most deprived areas of the world. So that was a major outcome of Global Water Futures to have an international year announced. And we will have one of the launches for this. It looks like it's going to be in Jasper National Park, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, in 2024 or early 2025. The other one that was big and a lot of notice on was something called the Game Changer for the conference, and this was to basically set up an intergovernmental panel on global water assessments. The idea is that a science-based global water assessment is needed. It needs to be implemented nationally and validated by an intergovernmental body, much as climate change has been. We wanted more of a science policy dialogue built in part of this with water policy recommendations from this and a web-based repository. And you can see the nations and organizations that sponsored it, and if you look in the lower right-hand corner, there we are. So that's where we want to be in that, and so that was a tremendous honor to be included in the group developing this, and so I was asked to speak to it, and we had many politicians and presidents and prime ministers and ministers, and they're giving political talks, and then they took more and more time, and so the two scientists at the end were getting less and less time, and so I was trying to scribble down some ideas in there of what I could say in about 2 minutes for this, but basically it was an outline for the panel that looked a lot like Global Water Futures. And key things to emphasize is co-development of these ideas with Indigenous peoples was absolutely crucial to the movement forward of a panel like this. And so it would be very different from the IPCC format. But anyway, that was it's great to be at the table, and I think that's a great success. Nature had an editorial saying that researchers need to be at the table and calling that one of the great outcomes of the meeting. So we're happy about that. So moving forward, certainly global water solutions around the world, water and cryospheric modeling, assisting WMO on that. The UNESCO's asked us and asked the UNESCO chair to take a bit of an organizational lead on global high mountains, which we're looking at. The Women Plus Water Partnership with Council Global is a new intergovernmental organization which is advancing the SDG 6, the water goal. And then the UN Year for Glacial Preservations, Jasper in New York. GWEX emphasizes breadbaskets, and so we'll keep trying to address that through our aspects here. Food and water connection, incredibly important. And the synthesis that we're moving forward with on Global Water Futures as a way to inform that new intergovernmental panel on water assessment on how a synthesis and assessment perhaps could be done. So there we are. Thank you.
So thanks very much, John. So I think everybody has a good impression of how active folks have been with respect to international water. It might be a bit of a surprise to some, but there's lots going on. And Canada's got a major role globally, right? And we shouldn't let ourselves think otherwise, right? We always punch way above our weight globally, and in the water sector, I think it's no different. So with that, I will open the floor to questions or thoughts from folks, and I know it's always a bit of hesitation from people, so please just break the ice and come up and give a question, or just tell us your thoughts. We've got about 5 minutes before coffee, so I'd appreciate if anybody has anything they want to add or say.
Are we on?
Yeah, you're on. Yeah.
Just some comments. I got to leave pretty soon, but you know, you guys are doing fantastic research, and one of the things that I noticed in your observatory thing, there's a huge gap between Saskatoon and the Great Lakes, and I know there's observations being done, but anecdotally, it seems to me that there's not a really good coordinated data collection methodology going on here to collect rainfall events, wind, all those things that are affecting our interior basins that don't have freshwater recharge from snowpack and glaciers. And those snowpacks and glaciers, we can't really stop that from happening other than the global climate change thing. But in our interior basins, we've got our glaciers and snowpack for our base flows, for our rivers, et cetera, are our wetlands and our lakes and our permanent cover of our forests. And those are the things that we can actually preserve and restore. 2020, 2021, Pipestone Creek I live on, it went dry. And no one even noticed, said a word. I had to phone water security and say, hey, by the way, folks, there's no flow in this river. And we have a lake up here that was made to maintain flow. And, okay, we'll get on that. Yeah, so I'm just to throw that out there. If there's a way of something like Global Water Futures to get these political jurisdictions to work together. I mean, I'm on the Sinoic River Basin Initiative. We're supposed to be doing that, but we have a hard time getting cooperation between all the organizations, and we're trying, and Wanda does a great job. But just something to throw out there. We have the ability in the interior to preserve our water and water quality, whereas mountain basins were anyway.
Nope, I get the question. And it's a great point. I did notice the gap in Manitoba too on one of the slides. So I think I'll ask the panelists to speak to that. But it's sort of my guess is it'll sort of lead into the Canada Water Agency discussions a little bit, right? So I don't know, John, if you wanted to take that on first, given your discussions with the parliamentary secretary.
Yes, I just say quickly that the observatories in the Global Water Futures network moving forward are based around some of the core partnerships, the ones that we are supporting. There are other instrumented observatories, and we're going to be welcoming them into our data management system as well, so we can help provide a bit more of a broader coordination of that. One was in Manitoba, the International Institute for Sustainable Development also received an MSI award for the experimental lakes area just in northwestern Ontario, and they have other aspects connected with that, and so we hope to work with them to start to fill in that Manitoba gap. And then also the Canada Water Agency will be based in Winnipeg, and it's I think part of its interests from what Parliamentary Secretary Duguid said are on transboundary basins and on being a data hub and things like that. And so the provinces collect lots of data, the federal government collects lots of data. They're often in different departments and things like that, and it can be hard and challenging to find ways to access all of this, and perhaps a hub would be a one-stop shopping way to get at that and get at the associated information with it. And so we also intend to offer GWF Net to the Canada Water Agency, and hopefully they can make more use of that as well and tie the science into the data as well.
Does anybody else want to comment on the panel, or Fred?
I was just going to comment, and adding to John's piece, that a lot of the observation networks, what you've seen here is really a lot of the university-based and the programs that have been set up historically, some of which with the federal government and other organizations, but really the type of funding and the network that John and the teams of people here that were able to get some sustained funding on are part of the picture. And I think the Canada Water Agency, and I think also in the way that the thinking has gone about by Global Water Futures, is that these programs and systems need to have better, I would say, communication, cooperation, and coordination. Having worked in the federal and provincial systems, I was in the province of Alberta system for 5 years as chief scientist for that province. There's a ways to go to get the investment that was going on in terms of water analysis and water monitoring coinciding with what's being done on the federal side and also with the university network. So I think we've been pushing pretty hard, and I know John has, is that the Global Water Futures direction as it goes in the future with the new funding that was obtained through the Canadian Foundation for Innovation, that is just one piece of the puzzle that will be done. And in fact, those types of observations of where there are gaps are ones that actually should be identified and that we need to address more in a more systematic way. So that's the type of feedback that's needed to basically to keep pushing for that type of integration that's necessary.
Great. Thanks, Fred. Corinne?
I'll just give a shout out to the hashtag GWF EDI strategy. Who's collecting data? Where is it being collected? what's it being collected for and who has access to it. So that's another element to this as we move forward.
Great, thank you. So on a closing note, working for the federal government for 30 years and working with the Water Survey of Canada for 15 of those years, it's a monolith, right? And trying to even change the web page within Environment and Climate Change Canada is a 3-year process. And so, you know, I'm really hopeful with the Water Agency and what we've seen with Global Water Futures and all the new technology developments and the new computer software and new libraries and all kinds of interesting things that have come out of the 7 years of work that and with the Water Agency, of course, that at least within Canada and globally, what we'll see is that open data concept really come to life. You know, there's cloud-based servers, there's lots of new technology that really help us both nationally, you know, for the Pipestone River and other places, but globally as well, make this stuff accessible, citizen science, equity, all these factors are coming together in a nice way, I think, to really kind of put it all out there, right? And so it's coming. I think we need to push to make sure it happens, and we need to think globally as well about how we make this happen. So I'd like to thank everybody for sticking around. There's coffee for everybody in the back, and thank the panelists for a great job.
Okay, welcome back. We're going to have a conversation now, a little bit of a deviation from the previous formats. From yesterday, my name is Phil Loring. You won't be hearing a lot from me today, which is good because the smoke has just obliterated my voice, and I'm grateful for the microphone. We've been asked to talk about or reflect on human dimensions research in global water futures. And when Corinne asked me to lead a discussion about that, I thought immediately that I was happy to do so because there's been a lot of movement and success and really interesting new contributions to how social sciences and human dimensions research can contribute to science and to applied problems-oriented research. When I first started graduate school, this was when the word interdisciplinary was just starting to hit the radar of funders and scientists, and really the best you could hope for was a natural science proposal with a social science proposal stapled to the back. Interdisciplinary by stapler was the joke a lot of the time. And it's been a really interesting challenge to see right through grad school as concepts like social ecological systems have emerged, concepts like resilience are now common and popular, because it was very much almost like a cross-cultural engagement between people working in the social sciences and people working in the natural sciences, because we operate from very different worldviews about what data are, about what truth is, about the nature of the world, whether there is a physical reality or not. And so it's been a real interesting challenge, and I'm hoping we can talk about that a little bit today in learning about who each other are. We've had this, as social scientists, we've had this interesting sort of twofold challenge coming into interdisciplinary engagement. One has been to explain ourselves, the kinds of questions we ask, what we bring to large-scale research. And then the second, which is interesting too, is we've also had to play, many of us anyway, something of the role of conscience for science, because we're trained in equity, many of us, equity, justice, critical theory, and so we see power in everything around us. We see the power in academia, we see the relationships and the inequities and how research is done and who gets to choose the research question and who gets to be involved in asking it and answering it and reporting it and so forth. And we've come a long way, including through Global Water Futures. We now regularly talk about co-creating science. We approach science as relationships and building relationships among communities first, many of us anyway. And really realizing that we can generate questions to answer that help people solve problems, that answer big science questions and little ones, and that ideally serve our mission to society in the process. So, with that introduction, let me run through introductions of who we have here on the panel, and then I'll let them do the rest of the talking. From your left to right, first we have Graham Strickert. He is an associate professor in the School of Environment and Sustainability here, and a good friend, and it's great to have you up here, Graham. Next, we have Roy Brower, who is a professor of economics and executive director of the Water Institute at University of Waterloo. The Water Institute at Waterloo. It's always struck me as so symmetrical. Next, we have Jacqueline Porter. Jacqueline is a doctoral student in the Ronald Jane Graham School of Professional Development within the College of Engineering at University of Saskatchewan, and is currently focusing on the application of quantum mechanics in public policy, which sounds amazing. And then we have Laurie Bradford. She holds a Canada Research Chair Tier 2 in incorporating social and cultural sciences into engineering design. She is an assistant professor, also at the Ronald Jane Graham School of Professional Development in Engineering. And finally, Graham Epstein is here also from Waterloo. He's a research associate there in the School of Environment, Resources, and Sustainability. So, in no particular order, maybe we'll start furthest away from me and come towards me for this first bit. Could you just, each of you, maybe briefly share a little bit about something about your work that you think maybe can get us started talking about human dimensions research and global water futures and in general?
Sure. So, okay, this is on. So yeah, as you mentioned, my name is Graham Epstein, a research associate at the University of Waterloo. And over the last about 8 months, and so it's a little bit interesting that I am here at the finale where I am 8 months into a 2-year project for GWF, where I'm working to develop and apply an indicator framework for analyzing adaptive water governance capacity in Canada. So over the last 8 months, I've been working with a PhD student to do a systematic review of what different jurisdictions, agencies, academics are doing in order to measure progress towards good adaptive water governance and adaptive water governance capacity. This is building on some work that was done by Dr. Dustin Garrick, and my own work, working with a variety of different stakeholders on social monitoring and evaluation. So over the last about year and a half, I've also been working with partners at DFO, WWF, and the Nature Conservancy, trying to develop different tools or methods for understanding the impacts of policies, of different types of environmental policies or conservation on people, because they're increasingly recognizing that some of the strategies that are being adopted in order to protect the environment are having significant negative impacts on people, and this is impacting their ability to achieve their the environmental outcomes they're trying to achieve, and oftentimes having a disproportionate impact on groups that have been marginalized over time, that it's further marginalizing groups of people, reinforcing inequalities, and they want to have tools to understand these impacts so that hopefully they can develop better policies in the future. So yes, I will leave it there.
Thank you, Graham. Laurie?
Me?
Yeah.
Thanks. I'm Laurie Bradford. I'm from the College of Engineering at USask. I was involved with several projects, so started out in Prairie Water and Form Bloom. I was also involved in a proof of concept project that we're grateful was funded to show that we can make agent-based models with Indigenous communities to predict the effects of climate change on mental health from things like flooding. So in that project in particular, we co-designed agent-based models with 2 communities, Yellow Quill First Nation and James Smith Cree Nation. We had over 60 engagement sessions and lots of different forms of information blended into the models to inform the agent characteristics. So things like people, floodwaters, how trucks and the school bus move about the community, what kind of responses are in place, what kind of houses are built, that sort of thing. So the models themselves are impressive knowledge products that were co-designed from step 1, and there's a poster out there at number 33 that you can go and take a look. But then we did a little bit deeper social science exploration. We trained 2 community coordinators to sit with the models at the band office and keep track of what people did with them when they came into the office to visit. And so we asked them to observe how the models were used by their peers and listen to conversations around the models. And while some of the uses were expected, people tried to find out the worst case scenario, what would happen if we had a 100-year flood 2 years in a row, how would that affect our roads or our ability to get around to our vulnerable community members and care for them. So other purposes of the model or other usage of the model were quite surprising. So there was about half of the people that used the model tried to break the model. And the way the community coordinators explained it was a rejection of the colonial imposition of a Western science system and models to predict the behavior of people who were placed in communities right in the line of flood paths and provided with very little mitigation or recovery supports. So the fact that many people in the community completely rejected the model was a social science finding that really informs what we do with this kind of model in the future. And it teaches us to really learn about knowledge user communities before we go imposing something like this. Thanks.
Thanks, Lori. Excuse me, Jackie. Yeah.
Hi. I'm Jacqueline Porter, and I'm a doctoral student at the University of Saskatchewan. My experience with the social sciences and working with GWF involves my master's thesis that I've recently completed. This was studying the interconnections between the pillars of sustainability within Indigenous watershed management. I was focusing on 3 areas of nutrient concentrations, like testing the waters to see what the concentrations were of surface waters flowing through a couple of participating Indigenous communities, James Smith Cree Nation and Yellow Quill First Nation. And then I also looked into how that correlates to the growth of cyanobacteria within those surface waters. And then there was a third study in addition to it that had looking at the watershed public policies that are in place within Treaties 4, 5, and 6. And after talking through talking circles and interviews with NGO, so watershed agents and Indigenous community members to get an idea of how these policies are either restricting or employing better strategies in their ability to monitor and test the water. So it was a fairly lengthy thesis project that I did for about 3 years, and we found that there were some differences that didn't correlate between 2 different years, 2019, 2021, which was normal average precipitation, temperatures, and stuff like that, compared to 2021, which was that heat dome, if everybody remembers how hot that was, and it helped me to understand how the routes of those nutrients from agricultural sources were entering into those waters, and that those sources were actually still entering despite the lack of precipitation. And I also noticed that cyanobacterial growth actually didn't correlate to nutrients. So that's another area that needs to be monitored possibly separately. And in addition, I was using, with this monitoring, testing out 2 devices, a YSI 9500 photometer and the GWF Nutrient smartphone app, to test the accuracy of both of those in order to use them for community science projects to show that they can be used and pretty much make it more efficient for community science and research. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Roy?
Thanks. So I am in various global water future projects as well, and yesterday you saw some of that in the Agriculture Water Futures session. I also collaborate with Nandita Basu in Lake Futures and Philippe van Capellen. I worked with Saman Rasavi in Integrated Modeling Platform for Canada, IMPC, and I supervise a core modeler that looks at how we can use the same underlying data to build these integrated hydroeconomic models. So a lot of the work that I do is focused on economics. It's a social science, so I'm very interested in behavioral change, how we incentivize behavioral change. I mentioned that yesterday, I believe, as well. But I'm also very interested in risk perception, and that is often not so much economics, it's much more social psychological driven. And I'm interested in assessing public awareness of water quality issues, for example, in the Great Lakes. That's some of the work that I did in Lake Futures, and then identify how far off people are in their perceptions compared to what our scientific understanding is of some of these water quality issues. And I'm convinced that if we want to solve some of these environmental problems, we also have to look at the sectors, the actors that use the water, that engage with the water, that pollute the water, and to understand how aware they are of what the impacts are of what they're doing on our water resources, in order to identify effective and ideally cost-effective policy instruments. Nothing more unpredictable than human behavior. Of course, I would win the Nobel Prize if I would have a model that would allow me to explain how people would react to these economic policy instruments, for example. But I believe that they can play a very important complementary role to the engineering solutions that we come up with in Global Water Futures and in other projects. It's very important to think about how these technologies land with people, how they perceive these technologies, and what kind of institutional economic constructs we need to think about in order to increase the adoption of these technologies. We have technologies that are readily available on markets, and we're not using them sufficiently, in my view. And so some of my work is focusing on raising awareness based on assessments of how aware people are of the implications of their water use. So Canada is one of the largest water users in the world per capita, and I'm convinced that there are economic policy instruments available that we're not using sufficiently yet to raise awareness and to change the behavior of people. And water pricing is one of them. And I know that a lot of people don't really like water pricing, and they want to think about other ways of maybe engaging people in the water debate. But I'm convinced that we have completely underused some of these economic policy instruments that are readily available as well, to see if we can do something about it. And maybe a final point is that, so in the studies that we've conducted, looking also, for example, at behavioral changes of farmers or of residential households, the price elasticity, as we call it in economics, of water demand is relatively low. So you increase the price by a couple of percent points, then the change in water use does not follow linearly the change in the water price. And a very important reason for that we found is that people simply are not aware. They don't have a clue what exactly it is that they are paying for the water. And the response of people will change much more proportionally to the increase in the price. As you increase the price of water, people become more aware of how valuable the water is. And so the effectiveness of these policy instruments that we have is currently maybe not as high as we would have hoped, but it's directly correlated or significantly correlated with the fact that baseline price levels are simply too low. And that doesn't incentivize people to invest in some of these technologies that we have readily available that I was referring to before. You have one.
Yeah, thanks. I'm so excited about GWF Finale and excited to see what's coming next. There's so many opportunities coming up in the next few years that are going to be really exciting to see. I don't have COVID. My voice sounds funny. I have seasonal allergies, and the smoke is really kind of hitting me. But the work that we've been doing is trying to understand how people's values influence their decisions, and then what happens when we bring different kinds of evidence into the decision-making process. And we do this with a whole wide variety of tools, from surveys to interviews to focus groups, kind of traditional social science tools, mind maps, and these things that we call experimental decision labs, where we bring people into a scenario tell them some information about the scenario, and then we bring kind of different forms of evidence. And that evidence comes in many, many forms. It's not just scientific evidence, but there's also stories, which have a lot of meaning and value. Art can also be a form of evidence. And so a lot of the times when people approach myself, they say, hey, you're a social scientist, so you understand people, so can you help me communicate this scientific message? And that's a way of kind of instrumentalizing a social scientist. But what's really important and what we've learned, I think, in Global Water Futures is that when you want to collaborate with someone, it's important to understand what the value of their work is to them, not just to you, but really lean in and try to understand what they're doing. And the work that's been done in Global Water Futures is absolutely incredible. It's world class. And at the same time, the way that we're doing it is really changing. So we're leaning in to understand Indigenous people. We're really trying to understand the challenges that they face. We're bringing art into this space as well. And that's important because when you bring art, traditional knowledge, and science together, you're creating new knowledge in that process. And that's what I'm really, really excited about that's happened in Global Water Futures.
I'm going to hold this so I can make eye contact with you. You just gave us a really excellent, no, it's okay. Jumping off point, yeah, I'll do that. So Graham, thank you for that sort of launch pad into the next question. And I think ideally we also will have a little bit of time for questions, if anybody wants to ask questions. But like any relationship, collaborations are works in progress, right? And I'm wondering if I can start with you, Laurie, and Jacqueline, because you described highly dynamic, very interdisciplinary settings and projects with technology and engineering and psychology. And I wonder if either of you could share something about that sort of process of building and relationships and learning from them and trying to grow them, scientific, academic, community relationships as well, but also that interdisciplinary challenge. It's messy, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, it has been a lot of hard work. I mean, what was the clincher in Jacqueline's project was being able to frame the whole thing using a social science theory called cultural theory, which specifies different ways of life and ways of organizing. And there's no way we could have made a story about her work. I'm going to let her talk more about it in a minute, without having that social science theoretical critical look at how people behave, given and despite the data that was collected with community coordinators and Jacqueline. But one of the things that I wanted to say about interdisciplinarity is, and Graham brought it up, social scientists are not your instruments to communicate for you. Social science itself is a distinct and valuable form of research. It helps us to understand ourselves, our relationships to each other and to the world. We provide insights that change people's lives every day. For example, our governments, public and private sector organizations, and others use our insights to take on a huge array of problems like child poverty, climate change communications, the pandemic, etc. And around the world, social scientists are making these discoveries every day that help people. But we do our own research on our own constructs, and Roy talked about a few that he did, and we developed a concept of water empathy in one of our previous studies, and Jacqueline is developing cultural theory as a way to examine policy making given scientific evidence, and she's using some quantum social sciences to help inform that as well. But unlike quarks or leptons, algae, satellite images, glaciers, and water bodies, our objects of studies, humans, sometimes read the predictions that we are making about their behavior. Humans also talk back. Humans try to break the things that we make. So social science is not just hard, it's very hard. It is perpetually undervalued, exponentially less funding opportunities, and we always have to defend our credibility despite many, many years of proof of how important we are. So we're more effective now than we were for the last decades at explaining human behaviors. Most of the original social science theories that we have were based on small populations from a particular demographic group studied in laboratory situations in certain institutes. And we know through the Social Science Reproducibility Project, which is a global project looking at all those past theories, that they're only about 30% reproducible. And when we have inclusion and diversity and equity in our sampling, we get better theories and better explanations. So I guess what I'm trying to say here is that just like there is a lot of effort to make models more useful, more precise, more accurate, that same degree of effort and work is going into social science, and that same degree of effort and work is going into figuring out how we can work together.
I'd like to talk a little bit about my experience with interdisciplinary studies, just to kind of give a bit of a perspective of how I see it as a holistic understanding. When I started in undergrad, I didn't really know what I wanted to do, and eventually I came across a department in Nova Scotia that was an interdisciplinary program, and I thought I'd go for it. And I'm actually very happy that I did, because when I was going through the courses, a lot of them were required that I didn't expect that would be required. For instance, my major was in aquatic sciences. However, I also had to do business, economics, chemistry makes sense, and then other ones that just didn't seem like they were part of what it was supposed of this major. But as I was taking those courses, I was realizing that there are interconnections between them, that in order to learn a basics of each and every one of them, I'm able to create an understanding of those connections so I can have a better understanding. So I'm taking that sort of mindset into research as well. So by taking sciences like physics, biology, and chemistry, and merging it into a study with social sciences, I'm getting a much more holistic understanding and being able to get results and data that are potentially vital and keeping them from being missed. So that's pretty much my experience and my understanding of having interdisciplinary studies and why I value it.
Thank you. Does anybody else on the panel want to respond as well? Yeah, go ahead, Graham.
All right. Is this working? Yes. One of the things that drove me into social sciences, so I did an undergraduate degree in ecology, and that was great. And during that time, came across a paper from a fisheries ecologist saying primarily that managing natural resources is primarily a problem of managing people. And I think that is very, very, very true, with some nuance that increasingly recognize it's not about managing people, it's working with people to co-develop solutions to manage our interactions with the environment. But I would argue that the data gaps we have with respect to the natural science side, with our models and the tools that we have, are much, much smaller than the gaps that we have with respect to the social sciences. Is under what conditions can we develop and implement changes that are needed to have a more sustainable relationship with their environment. And because of that, there's a very, very important need to develop a better understanding of the interests, needs, and values of different people, and recognizing that people and communities are different. So you can't just do one survey and say everybody's interested in maximizing their personal income, and that's what we're going to manage for, because people manage natural resources or develop policies, strategies, rules, and norms to govern how they interact with natural resources for a wide range of different purposes. And if we only look at a small segment of a population, or we try and generalize from a small survey to a large population, we generate the problems that have existed for decades, centuries, and so on, contributing to further marginalization of people. So it's really important that we start to mainstream the social sciences in a lot of our work to understand who is being affected by the policies that are being developed, what their interests, needs, and values are. So when you go out and you do field work, that you get some insights about what local communities and stakeholders are interested in. And I would say that, yes, trends have been changing, that increasingly I am being brought on in a more significant role in collaborations, that I would still argue that it's still a little bit smaller, sometimes token, with limited resources, but that there will be great opportunities to bring more social science capacity on board, just like bringing communities on board, providing more space for social scientists to work and social scientists applying different methods. I am primarily a quantitative researcher, and that generates a lot of useful information, but it also leaves a lot of gaps. And so bring me on board as a quantitative social scientist, but also bring someone on who's good at leading focus groups, generating case studies, doing historical analysis of the context, and that can provide a more holistic understanding of the nature of the problem you're trying to address, the social context alongside the ecological context, to allow us to develop solutions that are appropriate to the context or fit the context in which we're working.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I'll try to keep it brief. So I'd like to very much echo what Laurie so eloquently just mentioned. It really starts with respect and respect for each other's work and taking the time to listen to each other. I think Global Water Future has been a great platform. Colleagues in Waterloo, colleagues in Saskatchewan working on integrated impact assessment models, for example. And I obviously know that there is much more than just quantitative modeling and economics. But I think it's very important that we integrate the social sciences more than we currently do. I come from a European context, and I was actually hired by a water ministry in Europe after the implementation of the European Water Framework Directive, and we end up with issues, with problems, in my view, if we don't right from the start take social sciences serious. You end up with legal pieces of text that economically make no sense whatsoever. So lots of European member states hired economists because the European Water Framework Directive is full of economics. They require water ministries to do some economic analysis, and it's populated by engineers and hydrologists, scientists who have no idea what that means. And so they hired a lot of economists who then were asked to look at these legal pieces of text. I had no idea what these legal texts were referring to. Those concepts that were introduced in these legal texts were not economics. There were concepts in there that the ministries or my colleagues were expecting me to be able to solve, but they were not standard economic concepts. And so I think it's very important that we take each other serious, that we listen to each other, and recognize that it's behavioral change in many cases, not behavioral change of natural systems, but it's how we act in society that actually causes a lot of the problems. So if you want to go to the source of the problem, it's from my point of view, I don't understand why we're not targeting the people that are actually causing the problem. So it's an intrinsic or an integral part of the problem analysis. We need natural sciences, we need engineering, but we also need social sciences.
Thank you, Rory. I want to redirect you a little bit, if I can, to build on that and also to build on what Graham Epstein said a moment ago about context. I cooked this question up specifically for you if we went there because of the conversation we had over a beer last night. And that is the observation, if not between social and natural sciences, but between qualitative and quantitative approaches, is that one of the divergences we have, shall we say, is that natural sciences have developed a particular skill at breaking things down, about reducing things to little individual bits and pieces that we can learn a lot about. And what that necessarily comes at the expense of is context. And qualitative science is it's the inverse. And so we even to the point where we use words like generalizability and transferability or power in very different ways. So I was just curious if you wanted to comment a little bit on what context means for you in a social science sense and why it enriches our ability to answer any kind of question, social or natural science question.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. Context matters so much, and place in particular matters a lot. And one of the things that I've learned working with Gary and others in the Delta is that humans are incredible sensors in the sense that we can understand the environment around us in a way that's really, really remarkable. And then we can share that knowledge with other people. And when we're out in the Delta with Gary or any of the other folks from the Delta, the way that they see things is quite different than the way that I see things. And we're all like that. We all have experiences that have kind of shaped our perception of the things around us. and all of the experiences have built us into a sort of a very place-based understanding of the world around us. And that is important, because if we come up with a solution to a problem from one place and then we try to take it to another place, the physical reality of that other place may create barriers, but also the social reality of that place may create very significant barriers. The political environment, the culture. So understanding the context is absolutely essential. And when we get out on the land and learn to listen to what the land is telling us in terms of whether it's healthy, it adds so much value to the, to the biophysical monitoring, the observatories that we have. And it adds richness, and it allows us to tell stories about a place that connect people to that place. And that is, I think, why context is absolutely a fundamental thing. And every time you go to a place, you learn a little bit more, and a little bit more, and a little bit more. And then, finally, I understand, after 5 years of going to a place, or 10 years of going to a place, why the idea that I had may not work there. But that the idea that Gary's been telling us for 10 years about, opening up the old channel, that's the one. That's the one that will really work, versus, some of the harebrained ideas that I've had. So understanding that place and the people in a place is really critical.
Thanks, Graham. We have a little bid of time, but I have one more question that was inspired by you, Roy, and for anybody who wants to jump in first. And that is about what you made me think of differentiating, of how social scientists often seek out the root cause. And it's not necessarily specific to social sciences. Natural sciences often also seek out the root cause, but we often end up in problem-oriented research getting captured in a discussion of what I would argue are symptoms instead of causes. And so if we're talking about atmospheric GHG concentrations, for example, that lead to climate change is a problem. We need to understand it, but do we understand it as the problem, or do we understand it as a symptom? The same could be said for algal blooms, for example. And so I'm just wondering if anyone here wants to sort of speak from your own experience about moving from, in your research, realizing you have to move from a symptom to a root cause, and what that's like.
So one of the things that we learned in Jacqueline's work is that algae blooms have been around forever, and communities have been able to identify which ones are not harmful and which ones may be, and adjust where they're going because of it. But what we heard from community members is there are now so many, and they're so different from what the stories they've been told, from the lessons that they've had, from the intergenerational knowledge that they've been passing on. And so the problem is not necessarily the algae bloom or the nutrients. The problem is, how do we adapt to this place that we're living in that's changing so fast that our knowledge mobilization methods are not keeping up anymore? And that's where I think that interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary work comes in, where we blend different ways of knowing, where we blend all of our collective water IQ, as Irina Creed calls it, together so that we can be ready for the global water futures.
Thanks. Anybody else want to jump in on that?
Maybe I'm not sure if I'm answering exactly your question, but one of the key issues here is collaboration. That what you do upstream matters downstream, and if we lose sight of that, it's going to be very difficult to solve a problem. So I come originally from a place that is can be regarded the sink of Europe. So all the major rivers drain into the sea, where I originally come from. It's a huge wetland as well, by the way. And it's going to be impossible to solve some of the major water quality issues that we face without collaborating with surrounding countries. My experience is a little bit that we have to think about people. people make laws and regulations, we need regulatory frameworks that also somehow or somewhat force us perhaps to collaborate. And that is one of the, I'm not here to pitch the European Water Framework Directive, but it is one of the things that the Water Framework Directive has actually managed to do, namely that it started from the river basin boundaries. It didn't start from the administrative country boundaries, but from the river systems. It started with that, and it asked member states that were sharing that river basin to collaborate with each other to solve these problems together. And it really has helped significantly in improving each other's understanding of what are the causes, what are underlying causes of problem. It also made us understand very well that public perception of what acceptable risks are differ across groups of people, across countries. And if we don't talk to each other, if we don't collaborate with each other, we will never solve problems, because some people might see problems where others don't because of differences in, for example, perceptions of risk management. So it's us making these rules and regulations. And so people making these rules and regulations, I think regulatory drivers are important. And based on the science that we have readily available here, I think we should invest maybe a little bit more in trying to push the outcomes of our research into the policy domain to ensure that collaborative structures are set up that force people to collaborate a bit more to address some of these underlying causes of the problems that we face in different parts of the basins.
Yeah, thank you. To which I will just add, in addition to how people understand the risks, it's also how people understand how the world works speaks to whether or not they're going to agree on a solution. They may have absolutely complete agreement over the risk and completely disagree over how we get to solving the problem, and you can answer that. Or you can dig into that anyway with social sciences. So let's turn it to all of you. Ask a social scientist. They're captive. You can ask them whatever you want.
My years of academic training, like your own, I think certainly had trained me to assume that if people knew, if people only had information about their well-being, they would act. If only they knew, they would act, and so it's important that we articulate, conceptualize what we know about the circumstance, right? And we give that information and they will act. But I would suggest, after years of leaving academic work and working with activist groups on peacemaking and ecological racism and ecology, that we need to, and I would underline what's been pointed to, find diverse ways of speaking, recognizing that people only hear in ways that they are ready to hear, and often it isn't about information. It's about addressing fears, it's about addressing hopes, and so I would just want to affirm the speakers who reminded us of that, even if in academic language, and that's very good. As a cartoonist, I would try to say this in a different way, and there's one cartoon that comes to mind, and the caption reads, "River is telling us to show a little love for Sister Mother Earth. And if you got no love, then show some respect. And if you got no respect, then show some enlightened self-interest. Because your mind may not be there, but your ass is." And as we seek diverse ways of speaking, that calls us to be alert to how we hear and how we act, and the different communities you're part of. So I would suggest that we consider not only developing other languages and also developing conversations, which is crucial, but to reflect on our own capacity as educators to the larger community. And that's our own leanings towards different art forms, such as eye, ear, and body, different ways of speaking. And that means if it's not within you yourself, I would suggest that we seek collaborations. And part of the way of collaborating is to be reflective about one's own capacity and yearnings, which makes you more ready to collaborate maybe with singers, with dancers, with storytellers. I just leave you with a story. There was a time when the earth was very troubled, and all the people gathered and came to the Creator and said, "We are overwhelmed by the hurt and pain we feel." And the collaborator said, or the Creator said, "Be at peace. In time, all shall be well." And the people responded and said, "We believe you. But in the meantime, can we have something on loan?" So the Creator gave them songs, stories, and dances. And I suspect he also gave them scientists. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not sure how I'm supposed to follow that, but let me try. So my name is Matthew Taylor, engineer, accidental social scientist. Lori's my supervisor. So my question is, based on the talk today, it's been implied that the natural sciences are kind of leading, and then the social sciences are kind of just this funny little thing that's tacked on towards the end, which I know is not necessarily true, but funding-wise and that sort of thing, it might be that way. So I was wondering if the panel could tell us a little bit more about the implications of that lead lag configuration, I suppose.
I guess I feel there's a couple different ways that can create problems for research. Sometimes if we're not brought on in proposal development, for instance, someone develops a proposal and we're told, this is what we need to deliver, and that creates significant limitations on what we could do. They don't understand the variety of ways that different types of social scientists could generate useful information. And also, even as a human being who has motivations, desire, things I like to do, but I have skills, capacities, it's demotivating when someone else creates something. There's great research that shows, like self-determination theory, which suggests when people are involved in making decisions, they're more likely to work harder, generate better outcomes. And so sometimes that might undermine the self-determination and the intrinsic motivation that people have in order to do work. Again, allocation of funding, of course, creates limitations on what you can do. In my own project, where we're looking at adaptive water governance indicators, we don't have a ton of funding to go out and sample 20, 30 communities. So we're mostly going to be reliant upon data that already exists and is collected by others. And that is going to provide, it will provide some picture of adaptive water governance capacity, but it's going to be a quite limited picture versus something that might, have more funding and resources.
Hey, Matthew, good to see you here.
Thanks.
Just to talk about the record, before Global Water Futures started, there was actually a big SSHRC-funded partnership grant called the Water Economics Policy Governance Network, and Roy was on it, and I was on it as well. It was led by Stephen Renzetti and Diane Dupont at Brock, and it had 20 to 25 social scientists from across the country who worked in in water, economics, policy, governance. And they put forward a book that updated everybody across Canada on what are the issues in water governance, policy, and economics in Canada. But since that partnership grant ended, many of us actually did try to get some Global Water Futures funding and put in applications to it. That network has dispersed and gone in different directions, and a lot of the capacity and the momentum and the training that was established from that network has gone in different directions. And so I really think that there's an opportunity there for the expertise from the people in that network and the generation of researchers that came out of the network to work with the generation of researchers coming out of Global Water Futures together to bridge that gap. Tacking the social sciences on at the end of a project. SSHRC actually has a name for that. They call it Bunyan research, and they reject it. So if they read an application and they see that it's not genuine, they won't do that. And the bigger programs like the New Frontiers program and the Strategic Science program, they just won't allow that anymore. So we all have to change.
Anyone else? Or are there?
Yeah. So sometimes I mean, we're one of the last sessions, and I wasn't sure if I was going to say this, but I'm going to say it out loud anyway. So there are also no natural sciences panels in some conference where natural scientists have to explain what the relevance is of their research in a research program that runs for 7 years. So I think it is important that social sciences are taken a little bit more serious. Following up on what Laurie was just saying, we actually did submit with Diane a new partnership grant. It's more focused on the Great Lakes, because if you just look at what the IJC and the work groups in the IJC have been publishing over the last 9 or 12 years or so, every 3 years they come up with their research priorities, and it's just, let's monitor a little bit more phosphorus, let's measure more, and there is hardly anything in there that is really exciting and new and focused on insights that we have to offer from the social sciences. And for example, in my field, behavioral economics, I genuinely feel that the time has come to reconsider how do we address these grand challenges in the water domain. And obviously we need the natural sciences, we need the water resources engineering, but we need the social sciences to be taken seriously and to be a full partner in the design of our future research programs to address these challenges.
And my mind went blank. That was a very good question, Matthew. It really got me thinking there. It started to make me think a little bit about the quantum physics research that I've been kind of reviewing lately, that even sciences that we associate a lot of mathematics, a lot of technicality, quantifying sciences, things like that, can even have a source of social sciences in it. In quantum theory, there are certain theories that explain, or not explain, but attempt to explain the concept of human consciousness and how humans make decisions. So even within the sciences, the natural sciences and stuff like that, there is an aspect of social sciences. It's just, I think right now, we're not really connecting it as strongly, but it is there. That connection is still within there, and that's what we need to find out and understand better.
Any other questions from the room?
Thanks, all.
Yeah. Ashley?
Hello? Yes, maybe. I'm too short for this. There we go. I have a question I'll just direct generally. Since we're still learning so much about social science, it's gaining momentum. At a similar time that we're learning how to responsibly learn from traditional ecological knowledge and indigenous knowledge. Something that keeps me up at night is wondering, social sciences work so well, but it's a colonial institutional framework. And some of that's in the validation of results and whatnot. It's perhaps not suitable for indigenous knowledges, but we don't want to exclude from that environment either. How do you recommend we proceed in that unmapped territory of study? Perhaps Lori has some good answers.
I feel like I'm dominating this, and I actually don't really want to. But I think we all need to remember that indigenous sciences came first. Different observation systems, different frameworks of understanding, that came first. And we have to respect the right of refusal. So if communities, indigenous scholars, et cetera, don't want us to work with them, don't want us to come up with ways to share information, we have to respect that. It's part of the TRC calls to action. It's part of reconciliation and decolonization of the Institute. And so I don't think we get to say we're going to incorporate indigenous knowledge into our knowledge systems. I think that it's up to indigenous people to say under which conditions they are okay with it. And I also like to point out that many of the people we work with have PhD level understandings in their day-to-day life, like Gary knows the Delta, and Karen as well. And, like Justin knows algae blooms, like Myron knows how mold develops from flooding in the bottom of the houses, just from observation over so many years, and just from the stories that they have had in their communities for so many years. So let's not undervalue that.
I'd like to add on to that, that I would believe that making these connections with communities or stakeholder groups or whichever groups that you're working with in the context of the research or the study, reciprocity is extremely important in terms of talking to these people or groups or stakeholder groups. Because when I hear the word public awareness, that sounds good, but if the context is like, we're just going to give you the information, that's only one-sided. How is the people that are giving that information learning from that? Are they learning from the groups that are being directly impacted or actually observing what's going on? So reciprocity, I think, needs to be greater emphasis on that, greater opportunities in order to facilitate events and sessions between groups to do that sort of thing. And I think that is going to be very powerful in terms of reconciliation and also strengthening the power behind research. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a quick comment, and then I think we're about to wrap up. Last night I was talking with Mark Servos, and we were talking about research in motion and the company, BlackBerry. Everybody knows about BlackBerry. And it's sort of an interesting story in the sense that it really drove the growth and development of Waterloo in a pretty fundamental way. Big company, and then they had a pretty big fall from grace. But out of BlackBerry came a community of extremely talented people who are now building hundreds of businesses in that area. And I feel like with Global Water Futures, the same thing's about to happen. Like, the most exciting things from Global Water Futures are the next things that are going to happen over the next year, sort of building on what's coming. And I think we'll see a lot of smaller projects that are still kind of connected to each other and learning from one another. And that's where the gold is going to be, is, in the next few years, and how we start to synthesize this evidence and try to make good decisions about the world.
Thank you, Graham. Not seeing anybody else up at the microphone. Maybe everybody can, we have a little bit of time left, I think. Do we still have some time?
Oh, hi. My name is Mamoon, and I actually talked a little bit about my understanding about indigenous community related, just doing science and everything. If I hurt anyone with my speaking, it was not my intention to say that, okay, science would not work. What I was trying to say, it is kind of, just if you can expand the opportunity by working with them. So this was my intention. It is nothing to say that science would not work or science is not valuable. That is not the thing I bring it in here. I am glad that my friends all are there. Lori, Graham, and you, basically. And I was encouraged by the young student. She talked about having, looking at the indigenous interest too in this research. So we talked about co-management, co-generation, co-production. There are many co's. So where can we just fit our, this perspective to bring in that this co-generation, co-production, co-management also can be something to co-benefit the indigenous communities. Somehow they would be encouraged to see that their issues are addressed some way. And it is something I learned that if it is a possibility that also you can bring their perspective or issues they always face every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mamoon. And thank you, everybody. Thank you, the panelists. Maybe everybody can help me give the panelists a round of applause.
Phil, I wonder if before we end this off, nothing for us without us. We don't have an Indigenous person up here on the stage. I think we should provide the opportunity for an Indigenous voice to speak about what was talked on in our panel. Thanks. Maybe Alfred or Gary or Karen.
Awesome.
Thank you, Laurie. Alfred Gamble, Saskatchewan Aboriginal Land Technicians. Wonderful what you guys are doing. And you're exactly right that it's more than just science. We need that social sciences involved. And I really like the idea of interdisciplinary research. I think that's important. It's not just the study of water. It's about social and the community. So wonderful work, and I believe that you are right, Laurie. There needs to be more Indigenous representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alfred. And now to a break, is that right? No. Oh, wait. Oh, super.
Thanks, Bill.
Before we start the closing remarks, I'd just like, Inez has an announcement about the field trip this afternoon.
Thank you. Can you use the mic so I can load up here? Yeah, here you go.
Hello everyone. Thank you, Corinne. So we already know that we have changes in the plan for the field trip. So for those ones that are still interested, we have a backup. So we are going to visit the National Hydrological Research Center. We are going to have a tour for the Smart Water Systems Laboratory. And also we're going to have a talk with Andrew about measurements in the prairies and the challenges that we face there. If you are still interested, we're leaving at 1:30. We're going to have lunch there, so please grab your lunch. And then the bus is going to pick up us at 4 with a small stop for people in the residence, and then convey the people to the airport. We're going to be at the airport around 4:45, 4:30, depending to the traffic. So everyone is welcome, and everyone that signed up for the field trip is welcome. Some people have just decided don't attend to the National Hydrological Research Center, so we have some spots available. So thank you.
Please come up. Okay. All right. Well, we are approaching the end, which is good because with that smoke, it's getting harder and harder to talk. But anyway, Corin and I wanted to present a few final thoughts for you as we approach the end of this meeting. Perhaps the first one is just to reflect upon the wonderful meetings that we've had in the past, in person and online. I will never forget the first one, starting off at Six Nations of the Grand River, hosted by McMaster University and the Six Nations of the Grand River, and the incredible experience and hospitality and learning that went on in that for everyone. And I think there were many scientists and engineers who perhaps had never been on indigenous controlled territory before and been exposed to the culture at that time. And that was a massive shift for Global Water Futures, but also a tremendous energy and positivity and developments back at that time. Then our second one in person in 2019 in Saskatoon, I think we had we had over 600 people. It was absolutely thriving. And again, a wonderful meeting, and we started with the very chilly but warm at the same time, warm welcome at Wanaskewin with cultural learnings there at that time. And then the pandemic hit. We were going to go to Waterloo. It had been beautifully planned out by the University of Waterloo crew, and the virus derailed us and showed us that little viruses can defeat big humans. And so but that was held online. And the thing is that we persevered, we pivoted, and we shifted to an online organization for several years. Again, for the fourth meeting, we were going to try again in Waterloo. We thought, oh, this virus will be over by fall. No, it wasn't. And so another wonderful meeting virtually hosted by Waterloo. And then we thought for the fifth meeting, okay, we'll go to Ottawa and try to get those Ottawa decision makers to listen to some science. And we weren't able to do that either, and that was held online in 2022. But we did have a small session in Ottawa, which with some of the decision makers, which did have influence, and some of us did catch COVID there as well. So anyway, that was 2022, and then here we are in 2023, and we can meet together. And I hope we don't catch COVID here, but it's so wonderful to meet face to face. So remember our aspirations for the meeting that we had to reconnect and to build new and stronger relationships, to initiate the synthesis and launch the GWFO project, and I think those aspirations have been met. So that's very good. So we'll get to the human part, and I'll ask Corin to do the human part. But, we had a midterm review, and they said we're not doing enough AI, machine learning, in Global Water Futures. We need to do more. And we were doing some, and of course we're doing more. But anyway, so I thought, fine, all right, let's do the synthesis, ChatGPT. So here it is. This morning, this is what ChatGPT says about us. Asked it to summarize the accomplishments of the Global Water Futures program. So one thing you notice, ChatGPT is rather wordy, and I even cut out a few bits that were just silly verbiage spilled around it, but it's not too bad. Research initiative in Canada, very good, aimed at improving our understanding of freshwater resources, addressing challenges associated with water management and changing climate. Not bad. And then had 4 key objectives: enhance scientific understanding, improve prediction capabilities, informing decision-making, and strengthening partnerships. Okay, not bad. And then outcomes that it figured, and remember, it's only reading websites from 2021 beforehand. So improve water management, enhancing resilience, sustainable development, indigenous engagement, and reconciliation. So that's what a big computer that might take over the world and extinguish the human species thinks about us. And so that's kind of interesting. So I said, yeah, it's kind of wordy, try again. So I set it back, and like anything, and it came up with another list here and described us a bit differently now as a multidisciplinary research initiative aimed at understanding managing water resources in Canada and other areas, and said, well, our accomplishments are developing new knowledge and tools to improve our understanding, building partnerships, advancing use of cutting-edge technologies, including artificial intelligence, which I had a chuckle at, so it likes that part of us because we're advancing it. And then contributing to developing new policies and practices, and then training the next generation of water scientists. And it said we made significant contributions, so that's lovely that it thinks very highly of us. But then Corin and I had some thoughts, and maybe I hand it over to you now. By humans, for humans.
Absolutely, the best way possible, especially after our last session of the workshop. So GWF researchers, partners, collaborators, and information users met in Saskatoon during yet another period of record heat and exceptional wildfires and floods to reconnect and share information on the state of our knowledge as the program nears its completion. Global Water Futures, you, here in the room and across Canada and around the world, have amassed a vast amount of knowledge through research and working with many partners and collaborators, including Indigenous partners, governments, and communities across knowledge systems, and within the uncertainty of our water futures in Canada. Over the past 7 years of the program, we've completed laboratory, theoretical, fieldwork, and community research activities, as well as modeling, visualization, sensor, and tool development. We've increased knowledge on the changing climate and weather extremes, changing water budgets, lakes, wetlands, groundwater, and rivers, Indigenous community water issues, and changing agriculture and forested basins, including human dimensions and water management solutions in Canada and around the world. We've developed new sensors, satellites, data management, and water prediction models that are world-leading and being applied globally. We continue to complete and distribute the findings of our research through workshops, sectoral meetings, stories, art, music, model applications, publications of papers, and data. We now launch the GWF synthesis in collaboration with our partners while continuing our communication and outreach through regional and sectoral science discussions and custom knowledge translation applications. Congratulations, everyone, for a whole lot of hard work over 7 years, and before that, and the next 7 years, 7 generations to come. Thank you very much, everybody. Anthony, I'd like to invite you up to say a few words, please.
Everyone together. Thank you for visiting the land, water, sky of my ancestors and the ancient ones. I am because you are. I am because we are. My grandparents are always with me. My grandfathers are always with me. This is one grandfather, and I have other objects. That I always carry with me when I travel and especially when I speak, so that my grandfathers are always with me. The other objects I have connect to a number of grandfathers, going back to Mr. Wass's, the person. So my ancestors are always with me. My ancestors guide me to where I am today, and they guide me to hopefully a good future. Thank you for visiting my territory. Some of you live in Saskatoon, some of you live a distance away. I hope your ancestors take you home. Thank you.
All right. We have some things, and one thing I'm going to pass over to Corinne because it was a great and wonderful surprise involving the data management team.
Absolutely. If the following people, if they're still here, can come up to the stage, please. Baleka, who else is here? Lale, Stephen, John's here already, Chris, Sean Carey, and I don't think Philippe didn't make it, unfortunately. Up to the stage, please, and thank you. And the reason that I'm calling them to the stage, and if there are others here and I'm not aware, then please join them, is because the article 10 Best Practices to Strengthen Stewardship and Sharing of Water Science Data in Canada that was submitted to the Canadian Geophysical Union's publication ended up with one of the top download awards. And so it is one of the top downloaded articles in hydrological processes. And so I wanted to congratulate all of you, to congratulate all of the authors who aren't here. This is a fantastic achievement for Global Water Futures. And we'll be sharing certificates with all of the other authors. There were 17 authors in total? Yes. So 18. So we will be sharing certificates with the other 18 as well, but just wanted to recognize that, again, world-class, world-leading, and congratulations, all of you.
All right. We also wanted to thank, a special thank you to the volunteers that have helped organize this meeting. And first, I'd like to recognize Michelle Martel-Andre and Viviana Barrera-Nino for coordinating the logistics of an outstanding event. And coordinating the volunteers. And I would like all the volunteers to come up here. I'm not going to read out the names because there's 32, and it would take us all afternoon. But if you can come up here and just stand up and be recognized. So come up on stage. You've worked hard.
If you own a yellow shirt, you should be up here.
You know if you volunteered.
And Jesse, we know you're not here because you're in the back where you've been for the past 2.5 days, but thank you ever so much, and thank you to the AV team as well for it being as seamless as it has been. So thanks to the invisible Jesse.
What a great bunch, and the stage didn't collapse either, so that was very, very good. Okay, there's one other group that you don't see very often, but they meet once a month, work very, very hard, and basically manage the program, and have had over 60 meetings. You saw a few of them last night at the banquet. They were doing something else, and so I just want to have them come up to recognize them, and that is the Strategic Management Committee. So the members of that committee, there's a few of you around. I see a couple over there. I see a few others here. Just come up on stage so people can give you a hand, because that is hard, selfless work. Those are not short meetings, and they're not easy meetings. And dealt with many, many issues to steer this in the right direction, including through some challenging times, COVID and all kinds of things. So, and they have persevered and been excellent in every way. And the SMC members, please come up. And the so I think you know who they are, but you certainly do by now, and what a great bunch. Corin, we should come over just to... Okay, so the next thing you can't do this. Okay, the next thing is there's a secretariat in Global Water Futures that involves a number of people that have been organizing this workshop, but keeping the whole program running through the 7 years, and many were there beforehand even to get it launched and moving on. And the functions come from aspects of leadership. They come from with aspects of operations management, science, direction, of data, of financial management, of communications, and so I've got a big bag here, and I'm going to take a microphone and pull things out of the bag, and I'm going to empty the bag because I can't see very well, and I've got names on here. So these people, and I want to give one to one person first, because these people have been exceptional. Corin Schuster-Wallace. Corin joined the Secretariat and the Directorate of Global Water Futures as Associate Director right at the start of the pandemic, when things were pretty bleak and we were afraid we would see program failure. I was terrified that we'd have program failure, and we knew we had to have more leadership, better leadership, broader leadership, greater views, more diverse views, more energy to keep things going. And she brought all of that along with a vision and perspective that was unique and powerful, and I think something that will carry on for a very long time and continue to grow. And I thank you so much. You've been an absolute rock, and we wouldn't have made it without you. So, thank you. All right. It's hard for me to do this in order, but Fanny Adapa. Fanny is Director of Operations for the Global Water Futures Program. He was there assisting with the development of the, come over here, Fanny. He was here assisting with the development of the original proposal, worked in so many ways for the success of that proposal with Howard, myself, and others that were working on it. And he has also guided the SMC meetings, the operations of the whole thing, the operations teams meetings, which we thought would be a little committee and ended up being over 100 people, and has worked tirelessly to keep this program on track, including the incredible reporting requirements that we have for CFRF to make sure that we're in alignment. And he's done it all with aplomb, and has also helped a tremendous amount with the Global Water Futures Observatories proposal. And I understand we were the only CFRF project to make the leap into an MSI. And that is in a large part to your efforts. So thank you so much, my friend. Chris De Beer. Chris is Science Manager for Global Water Futures. He is involved in all aspects of scientific assessment of the program, again, a massive contributor to the reporting and to the developing of the proposals, but our annual reporting and our international relations, our reporting to GWEX, our coordination of INARCH, and many other things. And he's not a bad scientist either, as we found out, because if you look at that CCRN synthesis article, which is also part of his GWF duties, Chris can synthesize scientifically and bring knowledge to the other scientists and to the public in ways that are novel and brilliant. And Chris, thank you for your tireless efforts. Thank you. Cal Ham. Thank you. Anyway, this is a six-figure, multi-million-dollar operation that we have here. That's worthy of the size of a major corporation, and the complexity with 23 universities and 213 funded professors and 65 programs and everything else associated with it leaves a financial complexity that is mind-boggling. Cal is our Director of Finance, and we have no financial problems due to his steady leadership and work in keeping that whole financial system in place. And again, in our reporting to CFRF and our future reporting to CFI has kept us in excellent place. And so, Cal, thank you so much for your efforts. All right, so I'm going to lose the plot here slightly, but where's Mark? Mark Ferguson. Mark is our Director of Communications, and that is absolutely phenomenal. If you look at the number of articles, I think there's over 4,000 media articles around Global Water Futures, and that is due to his incredible energy in getting the information out from all the universities, keeping us in the media all the time, which is another way of transmitting the information and knowledge from this program out to the public across Canada and around the world. And even for this meeting, keeping things going with the media. So, Mark, thank you so much in this, and it's been a superb effort. Honored to work with you. All right. Stacy Dumansky. So Stacy is our outreach coordinator and has worked on that, which is a very specific function to bring science, distill it down into information for various sectors and public and all that. And Stacy has been with us for a number of years. She was a graduate student who developed media skills in the deep end of the pool at the American Geophysical Union meeting in 2015 with a press conference about her research on wetland drainage in eastern Saskatchewan. And has moved on from there to develop fantastic skills in bringing things forward, including helping to put on the virtual water gallery and art exhibits that we saw at the meeting today. So we'll just set that here. Michelle. Michelle Martel-Andre has been our Director of Human Resources, and we have a lot of human resources to direct and also facilities, and we've had a lot of facilities to direct. And so there have been lots of people hired from all over the world. We had to get them into Canada, get them paid, make sure their benefits are there, and make sure they took their vacations on time and everything else, and make sure we're paying the rent on our buildings and the buildings are working out. And there's a massive effort, as well as arranging many, many events, and the hospitality that is natural to you that you've shown at these arrangements has been superb, including this one. So thank you so much, Michelle. All right. Andrea Rowe. Andrea is our EDI coordinator and has developed, I think, world-leading EDI materials, a strategy, proposals, a fieldwork guide, and others. She's shown us how to do it. She's embodied it. She's helped us and guided us in organizing our meetings and showing respect for each other. And I think the legacy of the EDI in Global Water Futures will be one of the great things moving forward. And I want to thank you so much, Andrea, for your work.
Thank you.
Okay. Fred Rubin, where are you, Fred? There you are. Fred is a brilliant graphics designer and communicator. And you take a look at the stories, the animated stories back there, you can see on the TV screen, and you see his immense talent. And he's brought a general artistic bent to Global Water Futures in our graphical outputs and designs. And you see it in improved slides for people like me instead of the old blue and yellow PowerPoints, but you'll see it in living images and stories and other things. And also, Fred has worked so hard as part of our communications and outreach group. And I want to thank you very much, Fred, for your skills. Thank you. Jesse, I know you're back there somewhere. You may not be able to come forward. Way back there. But anyway, Jesse, this is for you. Jesse Whittle is our webmaster. So we have an incredible website. It's beautiful, it's dynamic, it's informative, and it has everything, and you can zoom in and learn more and more. And there are affiliated websites with it as well that he keeps going. And Jesse keeps that up to date, and I want to thank you, and we'll get this to you when you're allowed out of your room to keep the meeting running. So thank you. Thank you so much, Jesse. All right, Viviana. Viviana's been an incredibly important member of our team for reporting and for helping to organize and set up this meeting here, and takes on much of the data accumulation and others, and brings this together for our program and keeps it running smoothly. And I want to thank you so much, Viviana.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is just the core team, but there's another person who's a member of that secretariat who has worked at the university for quite a while. In fact, going back to the 1990s. And so this person hired as a field assistant to do field work up in Trail Valley Creek and data management and other things. And then Joni came back in 2003 to the new Center for Hydrology, and then has been absolutely crucial in keeping me in line and online and on track, and many others who work in the Center for Hydrology facilities, and helping people with many, many aspects. And so, Joni Onklin, I want to bring you, thank you. And so, aha. There you are. Thank you, Joni. We could not do that without you, Joni. So, so those are some of the people that you may not have met. I also finally, at the end, we have our core teams here. And as you know, we have 6 core teams in Global Water Futures, the modeling and forecasting team that's led by Martin Clark and Al Petronero. And I'd just like anyone associated with that team to stand up so you can see who's with it. There have been a lot of people over the years. I see a few. To stand up and applause for them. And the computer science team, which has underpinned so much of what we've done with modeling and data management and visualization. And it's a smaller group, but incredibly important. Any computer science team members here? It's led by Jimmy Lin in Waterloo. And okay, great. And very good, thank you so much. And then we have the knowledge mobilization team. And it's a small but powerful team that I want to recognize Monica and Nancy. So please stand up. And then the communications team is really falls into a distributed group at universities. So many of the comms people from the partner university wouldn't have come to this meeting, but those are the comms team that are here. Please stand up, Mark and others. So. Have I forgotten a team? I think we have the teams. Data management team. Oh, okay. Where would we be without data management team? So, okay. I think there we are. So I want to thank you, and I'd like to call up Elder Duquette for a few words. Thank you so much.
Aya, tamakakyo ka tamskat na samina. Yatiki sitai kikiukiun ipikiukawia. Yakamina iwi tamawia kikwai tansi ipmispai kuma aski. Nipika itwe yaktausikiana wiuchia. Yaktausikiana wismigusia kanma kapacita tahtukisakau kamiuskakuya kamiumachuya. Kainan toke teitä mig asko in heita weki koe katepatit se mantu. We ate pem goya, we amena ewem goya. Ewitama goya, tansikeis matsia, igime goya, tansikeis waskawia. Ewa asko ewan giskisiak kutawino. Askawin na etawa, yung tamehuya kiwe pitus. Usam, ekwem stakes keitama, kimam tunisigan na, maka magiwayota, emusita. Ekwete peitama omaski, ispapiaguya, maka igimegusya kektakakyo kapachitaya, kainanto kaisaya, Ay wake mut awiyak maga pistipay nasa minikwan ma. Ewa makawanay kuya suniaw. Kisi tamon. Usam pastini sitay sino tuanuan mana. Ektagawanita tumam tanitsagan. Usam magigay musahot. Usam mawaya muaway kichemat. Magigay tapate mo niyayat. Ego se ekwid niyan kiano ni hiyaw ako tagapig kiano tatuskyon no kama. Kami namayakik tay sinim nawak ya kami nagtsuam no ako ke wapsko ya skaitwe. Kawita mo ayakik kagi simon ikisakitig kawan skain. Kaya mistahay wa kay timuin makakia katapatemuin iti patat manto gusan. Ego makiano ikimigusya inanto taman mistahi yawani tsigiyak muimstahi apachikawiyak makakiano kuwisip mo temano kikawi mau askiga ituikman. Kiano egama ikimigusya isokim guyak minewanma. Good afternoon, everyone. Just to kind of say a thank you for everyone. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge Gary Carrier from Cumberland House. He's my brother. And also to be recognized, if you wouldn't mind standing up, Gary, please. And his wife as well. And his wife, eh? So it's very important, that we recognize people with knowledge, eh? In my culture, we do that, eh? We're very apprehensive when we go to settings like this because we don't want to interfere. We don't want to be heard too much because everybody has an agenda, eh? Everybody has a role as they were given. But us, we humble ourselves in a way where we have our own time. But when that happens, we simplify things. We make it simple for everyone to understand. Like my language, eh? I just talked the basic of delivery because it's important for me to recognize me as the nihil ota. I have to maintain that credibility through my Creator, my God, my Jesus, however you believe. I have to maintain that humility that He carries me in identity of my language, my grounding, the land I walk on. When you all leave today, you're going to say, I'm never coming back here. I will never come back. But there is something that you left here. It's your footprint. You all left that here that you can guarantee that it'll be here forever. When you go back home, you'll say, Saskatoon was a good place. I left my footprint over there. That's how our ancestors walked this land. They left a footprint for us, for survival as well, eh? They left it for us to utilize the land, the water, and the animals to sustain us. That's what we call sustainability, eh? You honor things that sustain you. You don't want to own that. What if the next person is hungry, eh? What if the next family is hungry? What you have that you claim to be, eh? Yours. That's where we have to have that understanding. I'll tell you a little story. This Indian man was sitting on a log, at the edge of the log. And through the distance, he seen a little dot coming. was coming closer and closer and closer. Then he identified a man, a white man, sitting on a horseback. So he came, got off his horse and said, "I'm tired of riding all day. Can I share your log?" And the Indian man said, "Yes, I'll share with you." So he moved over, and the white man sat beside him. And they were talking. Then suddenly the white man said, "Can you move over a little bit? I want to stretch my arms and, shift over a little bit." So the Indian man shifted over. So time went on as they were doing that. He kept telling him to move over. So the Indian man got at the end of the log, and the white man said, "Would you mind getting off my log? It's my log now." Understanding how we're related to sharing, and yet sometimes we sacrifice what we lose, How it is that it's happening, Our water, even that, it's regulated. Story goes, his grandfather said, "One day we will see the water, we're going to be paying for the water." So that's my message, Water is everything. Water is you. Water, these women, they carry us. How much more simple can we identify that as a life-giving force, instead of claiming it? We don't have to buy water. How is it that we have to, So I leave you with that in good faith and a message to everyone that you're going to be home in your home fires when you get home, however, flying, traveling, and the ones that stay here as well. All my blessings will go to you. And showing the power of the woman, I'll tell another little story. This couple were really, they were married, freshly married, Boy, they were happy. They had their own house, doing their own things, sharing things. And every morning they'd wake up, the wife would make coffee. Oh, they enjoyed both of them, drinking coffee. Oh, enjoying talking. Next morning, the husband would make the coffee. So it went on for months, maybe, Then all of a sudden, the husband said, "Dear, I'm sick and tired of making coffee. I think it's your job to make coffee." And she said, "Yeah, I hear you. I hear your frustration. But that's your job, is to make coffee." And the husband said, "No, it's not." And then the wife said, "I'll prove it to you. It even says that in the Bible, if you don't believe me." And the husband said, "Okay, show me in the Bible that it's my job." And she said, "Okay." So they brought out the Bible and they opened it up, and the wife said, "Look, here in this book, it's a full book that was written. It says in the book of Hebrews." So all you gentlemen, that's your job, to brew the coffee. So I thank you all, and everyone else. It's been a pleasure for me to listen and digest whatever I could, to my limited knowledge. So I give you all that blessing, and meet your kids and family in a good way with a hug and a kiss, and say I love you to all. Okay, I never say goodbye. I say "Mue estas." Can you all say that? "Mue estas" means later. One day maybe we'll meet somewhere. It's never ending. It never ends. It's always repetitive. Okay, and I want to thank Chris here. He's been a big part of my life, for the last couple of years, and nice man. So hopefully he does his work every morning now. Thank you all.
Meeting adjourned.
Till we meet again.